Hello, hello, and I think we are live. Please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. I'm still trying to figure out how I can share this without taking up my entire screen. So if you can hear me and see what's on the screen, do you see me? I think I'm gonna have to do the PowerPoint like this. That's not ideal. And we'll get started in just a moment once I figure out how I want this to look. I'm not sure I like that. No. And I think this is going to work. Alrighty. Well, it's nice to see everyone today. How are you doing? I see that RC Scott was first, and then Richard, and Rachel, Elaine, Anita, AF Stewart, hello. Thank you guys all for coming. And it looks like my screen is a little bit behind. I want to make sure that everything's looking right on my side. If there's any issues seeing anything or hearing anything, please let me know. Once I get started, I won't be monitoring the chat as much. Hello, Miss Page and Storm Enchanter, welcome. And author Ty Williams, how are you doing? Okay, it looks like this is the best I'm going to get it without doing something else that I don't have time to figure out. So, are you guys ready for this? This is I've been planning this for quite a while. My audience has been asking for this for well over a year, and so now here it is. And I really wish I had more that I could include, but I didn't want it to go too long. So we'll see how long this goes for. And let's go ahead and get started. If I can figure out how to easily change. There we go. Does this show? There we go. All right, so author journey struggles. This is talking about me when I first started. And I began my author journey a little over 2 years ago. It was in June of 2021. And I embarked on my author journey then. I had no social media accounts that had seen a post in almost 10 years. So I had some social media, but there was nothing that had been there for almost 10 years at that point. I also had no followers anywhere, and no one knew that I was a fantasy writer named SD Huston, or that she even existed. I just realized that I have things set up in this PowerPoint that I need to click through, and which means I need to make it, I don't know how you do that, reading view, slide sorter. I think I have to make it a presentation. Okay, well, presentation it will be. I was trying to avoid making this a presentation because I have notes written on a Word document and I don't have my second screen set up. So now I don't have access to my notes in my Word document, but that's okay. We'll go with this. All right, so this masterclass is useful for those who haven't started a newsletter yet, or for those who are looking to grow their subscriber base. Mainly, this is probably for those that are near the beginning of their author journey. This will be followed by what you should say to these readers, starting with your automation sequence, which is a series of emails to send to your news subscribers. And then I'll share ideas for your future emails and how you can connect genuinely to your readers. So who is this class for? Unpublished fiction authors. So if you know you're going to publish, this is the best time to start your email list. I started my email list in June of 2021, and I didn't publish until November. And I really wish I knew this information before I got to the point of publishing my book, because I would have grown my newsletter a little bit better. But that's why I'm sharing what I found out, so that you guys can grow your newsletter if you're at the beginning of your author journey. It's also for published fiction authors seeking to find new strategies for growth. So if you have started your newsletter, but it's going slow, I will be able to hopefully share things that you may not know or things you haven't thought about. If you are an advanced fiction author, if you have been publishing for many years, I don't think anything I'm going to share is going to be new for you today. So I don't think it's necessarily for fiction authors who have already been doing this for many years. This is also for traditionally published authors and self-published or independent published authors, because any author should have their own newsletter list. I think if I understand it right, some publishing houses will maintain a newsletter list for some of its authors, but not for the majority of them. So authors of all kinds need to start their newsletter list. And of course, hybrid authors, which includes both. And like I mentioned before, if you're an experienced author who has been growing your email list successfully for years, this may not offer anything new. What you'll learn, why it's worth focusing on email, what you should have before starting your newsletter, but the 3 things you need to have before starting your newsletter. How to start a newsletter without having a website, where to find subscribers. Okay, so that last one there, that's probably going to be more for those who have already started their subscribers in their newsletter list and building their subscribers. These other things, you probably have already gone through these stages. So this part, the first part of this, is mostly for those who are just starting or thinking about starting. What to include in an automation sequence, and I'm going to give you like specific ideas of what I do in my automation sequence for each email, and the future strategies and ideas to connect to your subscribers. So who am I? Most of you guys may know me already. I spent 7 years in the U.S. Army, and then I got my bachelor's degree in psychology from the College of William and Mary. And then my husband was still military, and we moved in the places where I applied to get my PhD, or I also applied for master programs in psychology. None of them were in Hawaii. We were told we were staying there for at least 3 more years, where we were currently stationed at the time that I graduated with my bachelor's. And so we got orders to Hawaii, and I had to rethink my life. And I went back doing the same job I did in the Army, but then I worked for the Marine Corps as a civilian for 3 years while I got my degree from Spalding University in creative writing. I got an MFA, which is a terminal degree in creative writing. I taught college English and literature for many years. And at the same time, I actually started this part first. I actually started my writing coach business before I started teaching. And part of being a writing coach, I was teaching classes in my community at the local libraries. And I happened to run into someone who had contacts at the local colleges, all of which I applied to when I graduated with my master's in creative writing. But all of them said I needed experience to teach at the college. And I'm like, well, I can't get experience if no one hires me. So I did get a contact in, and then but it was really, really quick. I mean, I had just started my business 3 months in, and then I met the one woman who introduced me to a couple different contacts at 2 different colleges, and I got hired at both. And I write and self-publish fantasy romance and YA fantasy books. And of course, I share my experiences here on YouTube. And for those who know me, you may know this already, but for those who don't, I also have a podcast where we talk about self-publishing tips and tricks. 2 co-hosts, Ben Pick from the YouTube channel Running to Write and Morgan Lee. And I'm also the founder and conference chair of the AuthorTube Writing Conference, which has now gone for 2 years, and we're heading into a 3rd year. So that's a little bit about who I am. And what can you do for this class? Because you are here. It looks like I've missed something here. Yep, it went out of order. Ask questions. Put a Q in front of the questions that you're asking. You can ask at any time, but I'm not going to look at the questions until we get to the points where I'm actually stopping to ask questions. So if you put it earlier in the chat, I may miss it, and I'll try to remind you. So if I don't answer your question at each of the stopping points, then just repost your question. I'm okay with that, so that I can catch all of your guys' questions. At the very end, there will be a live Q&A that will last as long as you guys have questions. And then, be prepared for an in-depth class. We will take some breaks. I think I've got 2 breaks built in. And fill out the Q&A. My screen is like covering that bottom part there. And I can't see Q&A form, especially if. Okay. If you've come to this link, probably I would say about 5 minutes out or before the class started, you may not see this. So refresh your screen. I'll give you a chance to refresh your screen. But if you look into the description box, there are 2 things there that I just added. One of them is a Q&A form, which is part of a special giveaway. So if you want to be part of the special giveaway, and what this is a giveaway of the first copies of a work in progress that I'm working on. This is a working title, companion book to the author newsletter Masterclass. So everything I'm covering today is in this book, but there's more detail and a lot more explanation in the book itself. It's pretty much done. There are a few more things I want to add, but I will give away the work in progress to some people today. And I'm actually giving away 4 copies. So I'll do 2 throughout the class and 1 at the end. And then there's going to be another one at the end of 72 hours for those who can't catch the live broadcast. They can watch it and fill out the form, and I'll choose one more winner. You can only win once, so you can only submit once. But it is a Q&A form in which I'm asking, what is your one question about email newsletters that you have? And maybe you'll get answered today if you fill out that form pretty quickly, or maybe you might be inspired by something that is talked about. So how to enter, right? What if you don't want to win, but you still like to read the book? Like you don't want to enter, you don't have a question that you want to ask, or you just don't want to put your name on there, or your email address out there. That's fine. But if you, you still have to have your email address. If you would still like to read the book, there's another link down there that is for beta copies. So I do have beta copies available if you want to sign up for that. It is on Story Origin, which means you'd have to create an account if you don't have one. I'm going to be talking about Story Origin quite a bit today. It is free to create an account, and then you click on that link that's in the description box, and it will ping me to say that I have someone who's interested in being a beta reader. I'm only going to probably take, I don't know, half a dozen to a dozen, because, you can get overwhelmed with feedback. So I am looking for beta readers because I will be publishing this book at a later time. Right now, it's currently sitting at 20,000 words altogether. I anticipate it might get between 20 and 30,000, maybe closer to the 30,000. I don't know. There's other things I'm thinking of that I want to add in that I'm not sure if it's actually relevant for the book topic. So I'm not sure where it's going to end up at yet, but it's going to be around 20,000 to 30,000 in the end. All right. Why email marketing is so important. Some of you guys may already know this, but if you didn't know, email marketing, that is your author newsletter and all the different things that your author newsletter can do for you and your business. There is a history, a stability of social media that we need to take into account when it comes to the argument of, isn't social media just better? Or I would rather just do social media than have an email newsletter, because the email newsletter can be daunting to some people because they don't know what to say, or they don't feel, the imposter syndrome can come hard. I felt it so many times over the last 2 years. Like, who am I to talk to these people who seem like they want to listen to me, but I don't think they really do, because you talk yourself out of thinking that anything you have to say is what somebody else wants to talk about or wants to hear about. So when it comes to trying to decide between how you want to get the word out there about your books, what you're writing, you have to look at the history, the stability of social media, and some statistics, which I have from Opt-in Monster, which is a lead generation software for marketing agencies, bloggers, e-commerce websites, and small businesses. They do lots of different surveys and polls all the time. And these statistics were true a year ago, and they're still holding true to this year. 92% of adults use email. Of those, 99% check their email at least once a day. 58% of those check it first before they check social media. And 61% of consumers report that they'd actually rather hear from their favorite brands via email than any other method. So this is kind of, why should we use why should we use our email marketing plan instead of social media from the statistics? I'm not sure if I included the history of stability of social media. I know I have more about this in the book that I've written, but that goes to pointing out like MySpace or, Twitter being the dumpster fire it has been, and then being rebranded, and of course other things that have been happening with Twitter. So you don't own social media. This is something I think many of us think about, that we may know about already, that you don't own the social media, that it can go away at any point. I mean, things have just disappeared. Even Amazon could go away. Things do happen. So if that happens, you don't own the contact information to your subscribers, to the people who are following you. So you want to make them subscribers on your email. Okay. And then there are the statistics when it comes to actual seeing what you are posting on social media and engagement. And I think I have just what is being viewed and not the engagement rates on here, but I do have that in the book as well. Social media views, 1 to 5% of the people who are following you on social media will typically see whatever it is you post. And I have a little asterisk here because down at the bottom, YouTube subscribers, it is a little bit higher. It's put at 5 to 20%. Social media engagement rate is less than 1%. And I have this broken down, but I don't know if I have that here. Average email open rate is 21.73%. Okay, so that one is kind of compared to the social media views. Okay, if they open an email, they're seeing it versus, going on social media, they're seeing it. Only 1 to 5% of your audience is seeing your social media views versus 21% being the average. And this is across all industries. It can differ by industry. And I don't recall what the one is for writing and the arts maybe at this time, because that's not always part of all the surveys. They do they will break it down by industry, but they often don't include that one. So this is across, the average open rate is 21% across all industries. So that's more people seeing your email than seeing your social media posts. And the average rate of opening that welcome email, which is the very first email you send to your subscribers, is actually much higher at 82%. And this is the time that you can convert your subscribers to being your fans. And we'll talk more about that throughout the class. The average email click-through rate is at 3.57. That is comparable to the engagement rate. Engagement rate on social media, that is someone commenting on your post or liking it or sharing it somewhere. That's the engagement rate that they're talking about there. That's less than 1%, where the click-through rate, which is the same thing as an engagement rate, is 3.57. So it's much higher on email marketing. So again, you have the history and you have the statistics. History is you don't own your followers on other social media platforms because you don't own those platforms. In your email, you have better access to your email followers and subscribers. And I hear this a lot about, that, social media goes away, then that you lost your contact. But I have heard, and I didn't put this in here, I think I put it in the book. I had heard about one author just recently on a podcast where something happened with her emails. And I don't recall the exact situation, but it was so for some reason her emails were suddenly ending up in spam folders, and it wasn't any fault of her own. And she had a really large email list. Again, I don't remember the number, but I think it was between 20 and 30,000 email subscribers. There was so much that happened that she kept ending up in spam. And this is something that your email news provider will pay attention to, that if you have a high rate of being reported as spam, you lose your account. And she lost her account. She lost all those subscribers. It's the one and only time I've ever heard that happen before. So the likelihood that is going to happen, especially at our levels at the beginning, when we just have, maybe up to 100 to a couple thousand for most of us, this is probably not going to happen. But it is a lesson to, download your subscribers every now and then from your email provider. That is usually a CSV file, which you can easily upload back into any email provider to add your subscribers back again. So just a warning there. All right, so let's look at this as numbers. If you have 1,000 email subscribers, and that's, through your marketing on your email, your newsletter, 1,000 YouTube subscribers and 1,000 Facebook followers, here's what you could expect based on these statistics. 217 people will open your email. 5 to 20 of your YouTube subscribers will see your video. And only 1 to 5 Facebook followers will see your message. So you have much better odds at reaching the people on your email list with whatever your message is, whatever it is that you're trying to say, than you would on your social media. So having an author email newsletter is important. But social media followers are potential email subscribers, so don't discount them. Okay, what you should have before starting your email newsletter. Should is the word here. The reason why it should is because I am going to show you a way of how to build your subscriber base without having this. But you should have this because it makes it so much easier to add to your newsletter list and find subscribers who actually want to hear from you. So the number one thing you should have is something to give away. This is often called a lead magnet or a reader magnet. So I thought I'd put another note to myself here to add this in. I am just going to call it a reader magnet from here on forward. The difference is, and I've actually heard of I've heard content magnet, creative magnet. I heard another term the other day, which meant the same exact thing. The difference is They vary. I have heard a lead magnet was for nonfiction authors and a reader magnet was for fiction authors. I've heard a lead magnet is for cold readers. So it's for any type of writer, but it's for a reader who doesn't know who you are or what your work is. Where a reader magnet is for warm readers, readers who have read something of yours already or they know of you. So to avoid any confusion, I'm just going to call it a reader magnet from this point forward. All right, myth busting. You don't need a website to start your newsletter. Some of you guys may know this already, but you will need an email provider, which I'll talk about here in a little bit. But having that email provider, you get a landing page. And this is a page that's online where your readers can find you and sign up to your newsletter. So you don't have to have a website in order to start building your email newsletter list. You don't even need to have any work that's completely done or published, right? Because I did say this was also for unpublished authors. Okay, so what is a reader magnet? This is something you give away to your readers in exchange for them doing something that you want them to do. Most commonly, this is signing up to your mailing list. And here is a ton of different types of reader magnets that are available that you can do. But beware that in the world of reader magnets, these are not all equal. And I only suggest you using a few of these if you are using reader magnets to build your email subscriber list. And this is more from the ground up, building it and also trying to get it to grow even more. Because some of these do really well if you have readers on your list who have been there for a while, or you have multiple books out. If you have multiple books out and someone's been reading through your books, and so now they're a warm reader, which is what one version definition of reader magnet is for a warm reader. Offering them a bonus scene is a great way to get them on your newsletter list, which everything I'm talking about today, offering a bonus scene to a reader who's never even read any of your work, it does not make any sense. You would want to offer them very specific things when it comes to cold readers and getting them on your list to start with. So what is the best reader magnet to use when it comes to this part of your author journey? And I would say it's one of these 6 ideas here. And I will, I don't really go into a lot of detail talking about what all these things are. I will give some definitions. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know when we get to the question and the Q&A portion. So best practices for the reader magnet. I didn't prompt myself here. So yeah. Which one would I say is the worst one to have on this list? And that is the first few novel chapters. And that's because it is not a complete work. And a lot of readers, when they sign up and they're getting something in exchange for signing up, because, right, you are offering something to them to get them to do something for you, which is to give you their email address. If you're offering novel chapters, you don't have a complete story. A reader may feel gypped. If you only give them the first few novel chapters to your book, they're not getting a whole story. They sign up on your email list. This is what they get. And if they see that the only way they can get the rest of the book is to buy it, well, that's good for you if they buy it because you get the money for it. But it may make your readers feel jaded. Now, there are strategies for this. If you know someone signed up on your reader list with the first few novel chapters, you could offer the rest of the book. That's if you have it, right? Or if it's a work in progress, you could say, hey, I'm looking for beta readers. You can read my work as it continues to finish. Each chapter finishes, I will release it and I would love to have your feedback. So you're basically, essentially, you are going to give them the free novel in pieces as you complete it. And if you do something like that, I don't talk about that strategy in this class at all. But if you use that strategy with the first few novel chapters, you want to be very clear of expectations. If you're a slow writer, you would say, I'm looking for feedback on my chapters as I write them, but I only finish 1 chapter every month. So it's going to be coming slow, or whatever your timeline is. Give, clear expectations of what you can do. All right, let's, and which one do I think is the best one on here? It is the full novel. That is going to be a complete story. But which one do I think is maybe the best one for you to start with if you're just starting out? And I think that is either the short story or the novella. And there's a difference between a prequel and a novella, but they can be one and the same. The prequel can also be a full novel. So I'm not going to talk about the prequel at all as a separate thing throughout this. It's either going to be, novella, short story, full novel, review copy of your novel, or the first few chapters. All right, best practices for the reader magnet. Your reader magnet should be in the genre you write, even better, be in the same world as your work in progress, or even better, have some of the same characters. And they don't have to be major characters from your work in progress. They can be side characters. Readers love seeing side characters or characters that they find are familiar in a different piece of work. And of course, if they're getting the reader magnet up front, you're introducing them to this character, this world, whatever it is. And then when they actually get a chance to read your book, it's going to feel familiar to them and they're going to enjoy it more because it is familiar to them. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be in the same world. It doesn't have to be in the same characters or have the same characters. The most basic thing should be that it's in the same genre, right? If you're writing fantasy romance, don't give them sci-fi, because fantasy romance is not going to want a sci-fi novel in most cases. There are cross readers, like there are cross genre writers, but that is not the norm for every reader. All right, the first few novel chapters is the worst reader. Okay, I did put this here to have because it should be a complete story. And I think I did say that at the very beginning. You don't want to give your readers a bad feeling that they feel like they have been tricked into getting on your email list to buy a book. All right, and it should be well edited and proofread. Now, you may say, well, I'm giving this away for free, especially if this is like a short story or something very short, like a novella. You may feel like, well, why should I spend money on it when I'm giving it away for free? If it is the first thing your readers are going to see and know about you, you want it to be the best first impression you can get for it. I break this down a little bit more in the book in some ways to make sure that it's well edited and proofread and has a professional looking cover. And note that I said professional looking cover. It doesn't have to be a professional cover if you can get one that is professional looking. If you're able to make your own covers and they look professional, then go for it. But if you don't have those design skills, it might be better to get a professional looking cover. There are a couple of companies, or there's a company, there's one person on Fiverr who very cheap, $10, you can get a cover and it will look good. And I do put those contacts into the book. But if you would like to know who they are later, you can, feel free to email me. My email is on the YouTube, my YouTube channel on the last page, the About Me page. So, all right, what is the best reader magnet? Okay, so my opinion. I thought for some reason I didn't get to this. All right, so this could be a subjective response. And my opinion is a short story or novella that aligns closely with the book you want to publish first or already have on the market. Preferably, you have at least one character from your book appear in your story or novella. So I've kind of covered this already. So this is my opinion for at this stage in your author journey. The best reader magnet of all would be a full, complete novel. Your readers would love that. But you don't want to give them a full, completed novel just to give away if it's the only novel you have. So that's not, I don't feel that's a very good business practice, but the other people may have different opinions. I am only sharing with you my opinions. When you have a full novel, if you want to give it away, but not as a reader magnet, the best way would be as a review copy. So that's why. And so why. So, and I've talked about why already. And what about length? So this is the next question I often get. People ask, well, how long should my reader magnet be? Especially if it's like a short story or a novella. And the best answer is, it goes back to the best practices, which is it should be a complete story. So it should be as long as it takes to complete the story. Now, if you're not able to write a short story or a novella, because some of us are better at long writing, longer format writing versus short writing, then maybe you just are going to give away a book instead of a short story or a novella. This is something I'm smiling and I'm laughing because this is what I struggle with. I struggle hard with trying to just stick to a short story or a novella length because my prequel novella is quickly turning into a novel and I don't want it to be a novel right now. So I am fighting myself, cutting out things that I feel I can cut without losing too much. So, but yeah, it's as long as it should be. Now, there are some general consensus out there that one, it's based off of your genre. If you write sci-fi and fantasy, the average novel length is around 100,000. It can be more, it can be less. But if that's the average novel length, then for novella, about half of that, so 50,000. Where romance could be anywhere from 50,000 to 80,000. So midpoint is what? 70,000. So half of that would be 35,000. But there are a lot of romance novellas that are only like 20,000 words. The best thing I could say is that if you really want to know a number that you should hit, is go look at authors in your genre and look at what they are offering, whether it is a reader magnet or it's something that they have published online that is labeled as a short story or a novella. You can look at those and see what the length is, and that might give you a better idea of what's happening in your genre. It is always a good idea to try to meet genre expectations because that's what your readers are going to expect. All right, preparing your reader magnet. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this. I do go into a ton of detail in the book. Edit your reader magnet, get a professional looking cover, craft the description and blurb, and create the upload files. I think most of what I include in the book is how do you create those upload files, because you do have to have your reader magnet in a format that you can give away that you feel comfortable with. Most of us don't feel comfortable giving away like a .pages or a .doc to somebody because that makes it so very easy for your work to be pirated. So there's definitely precautions to take with that. And I do go into a lot more detail in the book about that. But basically the most accepted files that people are going to be looking for will be PDF, the EPUB, and the Mobi. The Mobi slowly being faded out. That used to be the go-to for Amazon for several years, and now they're fading that out. All right, we're out of questions period. So I need to get out of this screen. And we'll see what questions you guys have. Wow. Okay, so there are 87 comments. So if you put a question at the very beginning, you might want to post it again near where we're at right now. And I see lots of people came in, Joanne and Andy and Lysanda and Aphrodite. I'm so sorry if I miss anybody because y'all are so amazing to be here. Deidre, hello. I will not call it X. I have a very hard time with it. I mean, I made a joke to somebody and they just kind of looked at me like I was funny. So maybe it's not a joke, but I was like, yeah, you don't want to get used to using social media because you know, you don't own it and you may get X'd. Whatever. Sorry, I can still laugh over it, but yeah. Nobody uses email in 2023. It's full of lies. Yes. I do see some questions. Hello, Barrett and Margaret. Hello, hello, Esther. I'm getting further back in the wow. Okay. Eva and Nia, hello. I think I've made it as far back as we're gonna go here. Yep. I think this might be the first one. Stern Look, please tell me that you came with questions for Shanon. It's all right, Margaret, but thank you. I appreciate it. Which newsletter provider do you prefer and why? I'm actually going to cover that, but I prefer MailerLite, and we'll talk about that here in a bit. So what is your best advice for the sequencing best practices? I actually have a whole section on sequences later. So if I don't answer the question that you may be actually searching for or the answer that you're looking for, please let me know. How would you tailor your newsletter to the themes of your books or what they're about? Yes, this is very important. I don't think I actually talk about themes or author branding in this presentation. I do talk about it in the book that I'm writing. Well, it's almost done. But yes, you do want your newsletter to embody you. And it doesn't have to be you personally. It could be a theme that runs throughout your novels. It could be an emotion that runs throughout your novels. It could be a character type that runs throughout your novels, like kick butt heroines who save the day. You know, if that's what you're writing about, then you can, you know, think of colors that go with that. You know, if it has comedy in it, comedy has certain colors. The best thing to do is to, again, research your genre, see what colors typically go with your genre, and then try to pick those that also align with you. Don't do what I did. I chose green because my first book set was green because that is the color the Irish align with, right? For their national color is green. And I don't like green. But I felt like I had to make everything green, and I did not like my branding at all. And now that I have a blue book, which blue is my favorite color, now I'm using that, and I'm able to find more comfort in what my author branding is. And what I would say to all this is, don't be afraid to change. You're going to grow. You're going to change. It's okay. You're going to learn better methods. It's okay to change. It's okay to experiment. What is your advice for finding appropriate newsletter collabs? I'm glad you asked. I will talk about that. That's part of how to find your newsletter subscribers in section. What level of consistency you'll recommend to someone who's just starting their newsletter? All of the research shows that at the minimum, You should send a newsletter once a month. Any longer than that, and you risk your newsletter subscribers forgetting who you are and unsubscribing and or reporting you as spam, which for those who might have caught the beginning of this where I talked about that, you can lose your newsletter provider if you have too many reports of being spam. So yeah, everything shows that 1 month is the minimum of what. It's not the best one though. I think the best one was once a week or once every 2 weeks. And I don't really want to go there, so I'm good with once a month. How to make a newsletter feel less than shouting to avoid, e.g. get people to reply. I'm going to give you lots of great tips on that later in the it's going to be in the sequence part of the plan. What frequency is ideal? Monthly, week? Okay, we did cover that. I'm trying to, what is a good open rate to aspire to? So I put the figures there at the beginning, what the average open rate is, which is 21%. I think if you're hitting across the industry, the average, which is 21.73%, I think you're doing well, especially as a beginning author. You don't really know what you're doing. But with that said, there is some leeway given to our newsletters and how our subscribers react to us when it comes to the beginning of our newsletter list with our first few subscribers. You will have huge or high open rates and high engagement rates in the very beginning. And as your newsletter list grows and grows and grows, it becomes much lower. And it's everyone in the industry says the same thing. It's to be expected. It's going to be lower. It's going to be lower. And I think that most people say between 20 and 30% is a good average open rate. Oh, yeah, done. How do you stop readers from marking you as spam? Yeah. So you do everything you can. There are lots of tricks. Depending on how your newsletter reader found you, one way is to make sure that you continuously remind them of how they found you. So I have various methods of readers finding me. At the bottom of my email sequence, which I have an email sequence of usually around 8 emails that go out. At the bottom, I say, you found me through this, whatever it is, their method, or however it was that they found me. And I think I say, as a reminder, you found me through here. If you wish to unsubscribe at any point, and then I give them the unsubscribe link. In the first email, I typically include where they came from in the body of my email. And I say, as a reminder, or, hey, I'm glad you found me from here, or, I try to include it in some way. I don't know if I include it in my second email anymore. I think I might on one automation sequence, but that's all you can really do is remind your newsletter email subscribers, right? Your subscribers, all you can do is remind them of how they found you. But that doesn't matter sometimes. They still will unsubscribe and mark you as spam. And there is a certain percentage in the industry that is expected. So as long as you're not high on your percentage of people marking you as spam, then you're fine, because it's already to be expected that there is a percentage there. I don't remember what that figure is. I feel like it's between 1% and 2% of your email newsletter list will mark you as spam, and it's acceptable. What is considered acceptable across the industry, not by your newsletter provider. You'll have to look at your newsletter provider and see if they have any figures that they even report, because not all of them say what their level is, what their threshold is. How often do you say your reader magnet would be updated and changed? Well, I would only update it if you find typos or grammatical errors. If you purposely make a reader magnet, which means you're creating something that is a reader magnet, then I wouldn't see that there's any reason to have to change it ever again. You're not getting rid of it though, because as you build your email newsletter list, as you grow in your career as an author, you're going to have more than one reader magnet. And each one can be its own source of bringing subscribers in. And each one that is not being used for a particular subscriber to be brought in is a freebie for them. So of course you couch it in the words that it's a gift that you give to all your newsletter subscribers. All right. Should I include images? I've heard mixed comments on whether or not that's a good idea. I've also heard mixed comments, and there's mixed reports. So the biggest takeaway that I could say is that the majority of email newsletters are read on phones, on mobile. In your email newsletter provider, you can switch back and forth between seeing a preview of your email from the desktop to a mobile. And since the majority are seen on mobile and images tend to mess up viewing accessibility, then it's best to switch over to the mobile and make sure that that is as clear as possible. Do you ever worry about images from Canva in your newsletters? Like if I switch to Canva to PicMonkey or another provider, is there any issue having used images or GIFs from a previous service? No. And don't worry, you're not publishing, unless you're on like Substack, your newsletter typically is not published to everybody out in the world. And since you're not trying to claim, at least I would say, I don't try to claim pictures as mine if I know that they're accredited to somebody. So if they're credited to somebody, I try as much as possible to include it. Unless it's, if it's a copyright free, if it's a domain picture, which I tend to use a lot of domain pictures like my second email in most of my sequences is a picture that's in the public domain. So no, I don't think you really have to worry about that. There's no one who's going to come after you, as far as I know, for copyright for an email newsletter, unless you are publishing it in an online format and trying to sell it, because that, Substack, you monetize that. Now you're making money. I guess you're typically making money from your email marketing too, though. But it's, people are paying for access to your email on Substack versus, your email is free to everybody to read. But I mean, there's things I may not know, because it used to be you could blog and you could use pictures from anybody as long as you credit the source. But then a few years after that was happening, this is back like 2014, 15, there were companies that were going after people using their images, even though they credit it. But again, it was an online forum. So I don't know. That's a good question. How difficult is it to merge from one newsletter provider to another? It depends. How big is it? I just changed over to MailerLite, and I had I think I had like 5,800 newsletter subscribers, and I culled 300 of them. So it took time for me to go through them and cull them to get rid of some of them, because it was just over 50. I think it was like 5582 is what I actually brought over. But those were all, like, some were on my regular newsletter list. Some were in a different segment. Those were pretty easy to move over. But those that were in the middle of an automation sequence, those were harder, because I had to create an automation sequence just for those who are in the middle of an automation sequence and figure out where everybody was at and set up the rules, the triggers within the automation sequence for each of those. So that could be a bit difficult. It's easier if you're smaller. All right, I'm going to have to stop there and move on to the next section. Actually, I think there's just one question left here. What are your thoughts on newsletter promo swaps? Most are subs from BookFunnel, but they tend to unsubscribe after they get their freebie. So I will be talking about that a little bit more throughout the presentation. All righty. Let me get this shared again. If I figure out what button, where did it go? Is that the whole screen? I can't tell. No, it doesn't look like it is. Which one did I do? No. Okay, there it is. All right, let's continue. All right. Oh, this first slide giveaway. I totally forgot. If this had been working the way I wanted to work, then I wouldn't have had to do all that just to find out that I couldn't do it. All right. So if you have not, please get in there real quick and submit your questions for the live giveaway. And it looks like we have 3 responses. So that you have a 1 1/3 chance of winning for those who have already submitted. So I'm doing a random number generator. 1 through 3. And number 1 came up, which is Deidre. Yay. Okay, so you can't win again. I've got you marked, so I will get in touch with you after the class is done. I may actually just take a break, though, because I've been working on this really hard for the last few days, and I'm just like, I just want a mind break away from the presentation. So it might be tomorrow before I get an email sent out to you. Alrighty, let's go ahead and do this one more time. I hit the right button. That doesn't feel right. There we go. All right, what you need to have before starting your newsletter. So these are the things that you have to have. If you don't have them, it's not going to work for you for trying to get your newsletter going. And this first thing, of course, is you need a newsletter provider. I've said that a few times now, newsletter provider. And at the minimum, you need to have these three things. So why? And what is a newsletter provider? So in case if you didn't know what a newsletter provider is, it is a company that offers newsletter services who are reputable in most cases. So you want to use some of the ones that you hear other authors using, which means that you can send out your emails and most likely they will be accepted. Excuse me. They'll be accepted by your newsletter subscribers. So in Gmail, you could email your newsletter subscribers directly, but there is a cap, and I don't recall that off the top of my head, but there is a cap of how many emails you can send out every day. Now, if you've got 5 email subscribers, well, okay, then it works to send it from Gmail because you can send at least 5 emails every day from your Gmail. Again, I don't remember the number, but there is a cap. You can only send so many. So if you have a newsletter list of 10,000, sending them from your Gmail account, you may not be able to send all of them. You will be stopped at a certain number. In addition to this is the reputation of the sender. Okay, so there is the reputation of the newsletter provider, and there's the reputation of you as the sender. Now, coming from a Gmail account to another Gmail account, the reputation is probably known, and it'd be easy for someone with a Gmail account to receive your Gmail email newsletter. But say you're using an older email platform like Hotmail, it may not land in the inbox in a Gmail. Gmail is one of the biggest email providers, and it does tend to have some of the stronger restrictions in how it delivers and handles emails that come in. So you may not get your email delivered if you're using your own email account. Now, using a newsletter provider, they don't have restrictions on how many emails they can send to all these different accounts. And there is a reputation that is behind them for those that have a reputation. Again, don't go and use an email newsletter provider you never heard of and no one's ever used before. Make sure you do your research if you're trying to find something different. Okay. Now, you also have your own reputation, which, again, if you have your newsletter subscribers marking you as spam and you've got a whole lot of them, that damages your reputation, but not the newsletter provider's reputation, just yours. And that's when your newsletter provider could close your account. Again, I've not ever heard of that really happening until that one author. All right. And here are some of the newsletter providers that I hear of the most. You have MailerLite, ConvertKit, Flowdesk, MailChimp, Aweber, Constant Contact, Wix and Squarespace. Those are websites. But if you're on those websites, you do have an email newsletter through them. Substack, MadMimi. I don't know MadMimi or SendFox very well. I think SendFox might be a rebranding from a different email provider. Some of these don't have the ability for you to do an automation sequence like Substack. Substack is a great way to have your email newsletter and blog and charge people to read your writing all in one place, but there's no way to set up an automation sequence. And I personally find that to be the best way of connecting with my readers. I don't really want to have to pay to read someone's newsletter when I already get a ton of newsletters. I get a ton. So if I see I had to pay to read the rest of the article, okay, too easy. I throw it away. It's very easy for me to hit the trash button. And I know that my subscribers, they don't like it if they get a lot of emails from me, because I've had some tell me, I don't really want to get all the emails during the Kickstarter because I already get way too many emails. Or I have had people just email me throughout my email sequence. They're still in my email sequence, which my email sequence, the first 7 all are pretty much within the first month. So they're getting it back to back to back. So they shouldn't forget who I am if they purposefully signed up to me for my work. But they'll email me like in the 3rd email sequence, right? And they'll say, I'm sorry, I don't really know who you are. I get too many emails. I have been told over and over again by my newsletter subscribers that they get tons of emails. And so they end up missing some of them. So yeah, I personally I think Substack is a great way to monetize like a blog and as a separate place to find newsletter subscribers, but I would want to move those subscribers often into my regular email list. So that's how so which ones do I think are the best here? Well, it used to be always MailChimp or MailerLite. And I would always say go for MailChimp because they had the best plans for the longest time. But they have recently changed their plans. MailerLite changed their plans as well. But MailerLite is more robust. They're more robust in what they offer versus MailChimp. Now, I don't know. MailChimp has done some other changes, so maybe it's the same now. I don't know. But having switched over to MailerLite, it is so much easier than MailChimp ever was. I mean, MailChimp was not intuitive in the beginning for me. And the only reason why I felt like I was kind of like I got it is because I used MailChimp years ago when I had my own business as a writing coach. So it was one of the reasons too why I went with it, because I was familiar with it, right? That goes back to the reader magnet being same world, same characters as your book. When something's familiar to somebody, they feel more comfortable with it going into using that product or service again. So that was another reason why I went with MailChimp at the beginning. So yeah, I feel so much better with MailerLite than I ever did at MailChimp. I kept feeling like I was not getting what I really want to have with MailChimp. And I had to do a lot of workarounds because of the plan that I had when I started. They didn't have automation sequences. Now, all of these will send out, I say all, but again, this doesn't count for those that don't have any automation emails like Substack. All of these that have automation sequences as a possibility, Mailer or MailChimp used it to pay for it. MailChimp and all these other ones, they have an automated welcome email that will go out. They always have that for it because they know how important that welcome email is. So you always will have a welcome email that you can create on these services. So yeah, and then I had to find workarounds. I used a lot of tags. So when I'd go in my email every day when I was in MailChimp and I say, okay, these 5 people came from Story Origin. I tagged them with a tag that I made that said Story Origin, and that put them into an automation sequence that I made with tags. So if I tagged them with Story Origin, it meant that they got this email 3 days later, and then 4 days later, they got this email. And then, 2 weeks later, they got this email. It was a whole bunch of tags I had to do, but I did set up my automation sequence. It was a workaround. I feel so much better on MailerLite. I didn't have to do that. All right. We talked about the newsletter provider. So it's a way for potential subscribers to sign up to your brand new list. So these are 3 things you need: newsletter provider and a way for subscribers to sign up to your brand new list. So there's 2 strategies with this one. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I go into a lot of detail in the book. Where are you going? Okay. The first one is one you should always do, is the landing page. Landing page, it comes with most of these providers. It's a free landing page. Remember I talked about you don't have to have a website. Your landing page is where you can set up your call to action and your fields where your newsletter subscriber will sign up. I'm sure most of you guys know exactly what I'm talking about because you've signed up to someone's newsletter or something like that, where you put in your first name and your email address at the minimum in most cases. So that's a landing page. The other strategy is Story Origin or Book Funnel. Again, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of differences here. At the minimum for your strategy 1, you need your author name, short description of what you're offering, your reader magnet. That's if you have a reader magnet. And it's a short description of what you're offering. So if you don't have a reader magnet, but you're trying to build your email newsletter list before you have any work to give away, which I'm going to talk about ways to build your list without having work to give away. Then you talk about who you are in terms of what you are writing or what you can offer as a writer create fantastical worlds where you'll always see a dragon or something like that. You're going to want to use words that entice them. So this is my landing page here, which I will talk about this a little bit more here, but here I've got my reader magnet, right? So I give a little bit about my reader magnet. I have the hook there: a pirate stealing precious gem to perform a miracle, and the prince who means to stop her, who will win. You have that hyperlink that goes to them signing up on my newsletter list. And then the picture is also hyperlinked. You want to make sure that pictures are always hyperlinked. Most people are trained that if there's a picture, it probably goes somewhere. So you want to make sure every picture you ever have in any of your emails, anywhere on your website, it goes somewhere if you're able to make it go somewhere. All right. And then, of course, you need the fields for your subscriber to fill in their name and email address. And see down here, I have, if they don't want the short story, if they don't want the sample chapters, they can sign up directly there without getting those things. But I do actually offer those things again to them later in case if they didn't want them when they first signed up. Because some people are like, well, this seems scammy, especially if you know new people coming into the world of signing up on newsletter lists may not understand that this is a free giveaway and there's no strings attached other than give me your email address. So strategy number 2, I kind of actually use this on the same page. You just may not be aware of it. It's using Story Origin or Book Funnel. And there's pros and cons of using this strategy. And of course, one of the cons is that this is a paid strategy. Okay. So if you're wanting to use a strategy, you have to pay in order to do this on Story Origin and or on Book Funnel. I'm actually on both now, although I've been using Story Origin for over 2 years, right about 2 years. So I'm more comfortable with that. And most of my stuff goes to Story Origin. But why would you want to do this? And it's specificity. Do I have anything else? Okay. So specificity. One thing I talk about in the book, I go into quite a bit, is how special your subscribers are when they sign up to you without even knowing that they're going to get something, and that they're an organic subscriber. So all the methods I'm going to talk about today, they don't sign up because they saw or was part of any of those things. They just, maybe they read one of your books and they loved you. And so they're going to go sign up on your newsletter list because they want to follow you. They want to be part of your journey. That is a special type of subscriber that you want to baby. So you already should baby your newsletter list, but that's a subscriber you want to baby. You want to treat them really, really well. Don't ever treat anybody bad. But this is someone you know who has connected to you in most cases because they really like you. Okay. So that is one type of reader who signs up. And those are usually ones who will sign up, like where I showed you on the form at the bottom, where it's just they're signing up, they're not getting anything. Okay. Versus if they come into your list on a reader magnet. Now most cases, they know, not always. I've had subscribers who were totally lost when they got this free thing. When they signed up on my newsletter list, they're like, well, I don't know what to do with this. And I say, it's an ebook. And they're like, well, I don't read ebooks. And I'm like, why'd you sign up on a newsletter list? But I don't say that. That's what I think. But it's probably, someone from an older generation who's not used to using technology. And that would be my grandma. My grandma does not know how to use a computer. So, if they're coming in on your newsletter list from a reader magnet, in most cases, they know they're getting something for giving you their email address. That's a different type of subscriber. It would be nice if you knew what type of subscriber you have. Okay. So if the only link you have for someone to sign up is what I showed you was at the bottom of my form, it's like, hey, sign up here and you'll get a free thing, which is what I did when I first started. I said, sign up here and you'll get my first 3 chapters of my novel. Then once they signed up, I gave them my first 3 chapters. Okay. So I don't know if that person came to me because they wanted those first 3 chapters, or they were just finding me because they like what I do. There's no specificity there. I don't know which kind of subscriber they are. Now here on my page, I have it linked, the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince, and I have the actual cover there. Those are linked. Those go to Story Origin. So when they click on that, it goes to Story Origin where they have to click another button. Now there's some friction there with having to click again, which is why I put down here, you might be asked to confirm your subscription before your short story is sent. So they're being told ahead of time there's going to be some friction ahead, because extra friction sometimes leads to turning readers off. Okay. So if they click on that, they go to the page where they can see the whole write-up for my short story. And there's another button they have to click to get the download. When they click that button, they're giving their name and their email address. And guess what? Because it's going through Story Origin, it hits my email newsletter provider as coming from Story Origin and getting that reader magnet. Now I know how they got to me. They got to me because they signed up for that reader magnet. So the idea is, if they're signing up, if they're scrolling all the way down to the bottom of this list and they're signing up and they're saying, that's okay, I don't want anything, then they may be the reader who really likes me and my work. So that's why there's a second strategy there. Now you can use both. I use both of them. So I would suggest using both if you can, but this is a paid strategy. And if you don't have the funds for it, then this is just not something you need to worry about right now. If you get to the point that you can do it, just remember it is a strategy you can use to get that specificity about your readers. Now, I do talk about in the book where if you can't, pay for something like this, then there is another way to try to find out how your readers are coming to you. But email reader subscribers response rate is low, right? We saw that the numbers were only 21.73% on average are going to open that email to start with, although the welcome email is 82%. So you have 82% who open it. But of those, how many, what was the click rate? I think it was 3.57%. That's how many, the click rate is how they engage with that, with your email. So you could put into your email, hey, would you mind telling me how you found me? It's a question, open-ended question. Most likely, you're not going to get many responses. When it's an open-ended question, you get fewer responses. So then if it's like a survey right there on the page where they can just click buttons, you'll get more responses if you have buttons you can click. So then you can do it as a button response. Hey, how'd you find me? Did you find me through this, this, and this? Now you have to remember all the different ways that you're trying to find people to find you to get to your newsletter list. And you may still miss something, and they may still not hit any of those buttons. And they may think, well, I didn't find you in any of these ways. So there's you can lose some there, but you can try to work with your email list to find out how they found you. And there's a way to set up your automation sequence. So if they don't answer the question in the first email, you can ask again like 3 or 4 emails later, and then maybe send another one like 3 months later. By then they may not even remember how they found you though. All right. So those are 2 strategies. Last thing you absolutely have to have in place is your welcome email. You don't make this mistake. You want to have this in place. Don't go get subscribers and you have no welcome email in place. The welcome email, like I said, comes with most of these newsletter providers. It is part of their plan. You get it automatically. You set it up, and it's set up that you do it the one time and you're pretty much done. Now, as you grow as an author and you have maybe multiple reader magnets and multiple ways you're bringing people into your list, you might have multiple automation sequences that all start with this welcome email but have slightly different verbiage, which is what I have on mine. But once you get it in place, it's pretty much set and done. So every time a subscriber signs up, they get that welcome email. So if you're offering a freebie or something, they get, you should be putting that into your welcome email, the freebie, the links to it. That's automatically given. They have it. You don't have to do anything else. If you start your email newsletter without the welcome email, now they're hanging out in your email newsletter and they're not even being welcomed in, which most of them do expect. Those who are signing up on a lot of newsletters, they do expect to be welcomed in. So you do want that. There's an expectation as well that you want to welcome them in, but you're not welcoming them in. You could one by one go in there and write your own personalized email to them through your email newsletter provider. You can do that. And if you only have 5 newsletter subscribers, that's pretty easy to do. But once you get it, close to 100, that's a bit harder. So yeah, you want to have this welcome email in place. And this is a very important email. You want to look back at the statistics. Remember, 82% will open. The average, here, let me go what I actually wrote on the screen. Average email open rate is 21.73%, which means if you have 100 people on your email list, only 21 of them will open your email. However, the average open email rate for welcome emails is 82%. And this is the time to make that lasting impression. This is when you can make them feel welcome. This is when you can make them feel special for being part of your list and offer what it is that you may be able to offer them. No pressure. But, I put this into the book I wrote as well. And I said, this isn't just, okay, no pressure. This is the first time that they're meeting you. It is a lasting impression. But guess what? There's always new readers. If you mess it up, you get to try again. You get to rebrand yourself. It won't be the end of the world if you mess something up. Okay. And all you can do is do the best that you can and be as transparent as possible if you do make any mistakes. My last email that I sent out, I was applauding myself because I thought it was a really well done email. And then for some reason, I wondered if I should clean up all the images that were in the program, the email provider, right? Not realizing, because I'm thinking, when you put together, what was my example I was telling my husband? When you put together something, you send it out like with a picture in it, right? The picture is now part of that, whatever it is that you add it to. But it doesn't work the same in a newsletter provider. It's not static in that email on that person's email. It stays connected to the one that is, and that makes sense because if they click it, if you have a clickable link on your picture, that is tracked. I don't know why that didn't cross my mind. And for some reason, I thought it was a good idea to clean out my images. And I cleaned out a couple images that were on the email I just sent out. And I have a couple of emails that I send my email to because I want to check it, make sure it looks all right. And I opened the first one and there was no images. And I was like, what? And I had already seen that people were clicking on the images. So those ones who opened my email right away, because I have some subscribers who open my email right away when I send it, I could see that they had already engaged with the pictures, but then no one else was engaging because now I had already deleted the images. So I resent it. I pulled out those who I knew had clicked on the images and I resent it to everybody else. And I said, I'm sorry, I messed it up. Here's the same email, take 2, but with the images. So if you make a mistake, just say it. You might lose some subscribers, but for those who appreciate honesty, they'll be there. And if that aligns with your your morals and your values, then you have a good set of subscribers there. All right. Oh yeah. So this is my regular just welcome email to those who are signing up, not getting anything from me. Right. Yeah. Because I changed the blurb. So I say, thanks for joining. And those who come from Voracious Readers, I'm like, hey, I'm so glad you found me from Voracious Readers only. So I try to put in there where they have come from. And so, you kind of make it personable. And I talk about my journey a little bit of how I've changed this over and over again. I've tried different things. I try to put a picture of me. I don't usually put too many pictures of myself into my emails, but occasionally I have put my animals in there. All right, quick break. I need some water. So if you need a quick break, take this time to break. And we'll take about a couple minutes here. And if you want to fill out the form or you want to sign up as a beta reader for the book, you're welcome to do that. Oh, thanks, Richard, for dropping the link. I've got it on my phone so I can see it. Oh, wait, I forgot. I can't be my microphone because then it makes weird sounds. Yeah, I definitely appreciate MailerLite so much better than MailChimp. I wish I would have just gone with them from the very beginning. Yes. So there is that. Readers may be lazy and they will not go Google anything. So link everything. But there's actually a better reason why you should link everything. And that is when people click on links in your email, it sends a message to your email provider. So for me, that's MailerLite, that I have a good reputation. So every time a link gets clicked in your email, it increases your reputation, which increases the likelihood that when it gets sent out, your next email gets sent out to places like Gmail, your reputation as a sender, so separate from the actual platform, increases, which means it's more likely to end up in the inbox and not in the promotions tab or in the spam folder. Much better reason for having clickable links. You always want to have clickable links. Oh, thanks, Richard. Flowdesk, Deidre is using it. It looks really cool. I saw Courtney from the Courtney Project, how she uses it, but I wasn't in love with the price. It is a price that never changes, which maybe once I get more subscribers, maybe it would be more tempting. But then I heard issues, and I can't recall what they are now at this point. But I remember when I heard the issues that it has, I was like, nope, that's what I dealt with MailChimp. I don't want that again. I don't know if Flowdesk has tags. I don't know much about Flowdesk other than what I saw Courtney do. Yes. If you guys need to rewatch it, you're more than welcome to rewatch it. I figured that this was going to be a lot of information coming your guys' way. And I'm not even done yet. Oh, you don't know what Substack is? Aphrodite, you're not alone. I just heard of Substack not too long ago, honestly. I mean, I'm talking like in the last 2 months. I've heard of, I think I heard the name and I had no idea what it was. And so I remember someone talking to me about it in December of last year, and I thought it was some like a platform to do classes or something. And I just downloaded that information and said it was not useful for me at the time. And then about 2 months ago, I started seeing more of it. And I thought, this is really good if you want to monetize your writing to an audience. I think for me, I would feel better about it if I was writing to an audience where I was providing information that was needed or wanted versus just trying to reach my subscribers who like me because of my writing. I feel like I'd be ripping them off, but maybe it's not any different than our subscription model. And I'm thinking about subscription model for like delivering like works in progress and things like that in the future, but it's still not quite the same, because there's a difference of getting early access to drafts versus just getting the monthly email. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that. If my audience were readers, if my audience was like my industry and I was providing valuable tips, I think it would be useful. Alrighty, you guys ready to get back? Yeah, Deidre says that it's at Flowdesk. It's only $19 per month, regardless of your subscriber number, which I think, I don't know what I'm paying. It's either $21 or $27, and that's a really big difference when it comes to monthly payment. But I can't remember which one it was I'm paying on MailerLite. But again, when I was looking at what I could get for that money versus what I could do on Flowdesk, I wanted the ease that didn't, or the availability, the accessibility to different things that were not available on Flowdesk. And I really don't remember what they are. I really looked into it. I knew I was going to change email provider since last year, so I've been looking into it for a while. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get back to it. If you guys are ready, if you got up, stretched, got some hydration in you. All right, here's where you guys are probably wanting to know. This is what you've been waiting for, is how can you build your subscriber list if you're starting out, or if you have been going for a little while and you just need, find something different that might work. So I separate this into author levels for where to find your subscribers. But it's important to be at least aware of how, if not prepared, to go out and get subscribers. Okay, I'm going to be talking about a lot of ways to build your newsletter, but keep in mind that you don't have to do all of them, because I have not done all of these. I've done the majority of them, but I have not done all of these. I have tons of good information here, which I'll break down to 4 author levels. Again, this will be available on my channel, so you're able to rewatch it again. And I do go into a lot more depth in the book on these author levels and how to find subscribers. So 4 author levels. Level 1, you don't have a reader magnet. Level 2, your reader magnet is not a full novel. And here, full novel is I take this to mean the first few chapters of your novel, if you're giving away, a partial novel. In some cases, short stories, and more rarely novellas. And this only applies to some of these ideas, groups that you may work with, where they say, no, we want a full novel, or at least a novella length, no short stories allowed. So in that case, it would fall into level 2. And then some places that you work with, they want a full novel, no novella. So then it would fall into level 2. So that's what this level 2 is here. Your reader magnet is only a review copy. So what is a review copy? Many of you guys already know what this is, probably. But a review copy means that you have a completed work that you are looking to give away to other people with the hopes that they're going to leave a review for you on retailer platforms. Okay, there's different types of review copies, because a lot of us are used to hearing the term ARC, advanced reader copy, or advanced review copy. This applies to any of that. So you have your advanced, you have your ARCs, and you have after it's published, it's just a review copy. So this applies to ARCs as well as review copies. So if you have a reader magnet that is only a review copy, but why would you only have a review copy that wouldn't fit anywhere else? And that is, for instance, if you're being traditionally published by even a small indie press, most often you're not allowed to give away your novel for free, but you can get approved to give away a review copy. That's happened. I'm not traditionally published. I have met a contact in the past who she was being traditionally published. It was her debut novel. We wrote about similar things, about Celtic mythologies. And she was like, hey, I'd really love for you to review my novel, in the hopes I would leave a review for her on her retailer platform. And I was like, sure. And she's like, okay, I've got to get with my agent and get it approved. And that was my first time being exposed to something like that. So traditional published authors may often have to get approved to give out a review copy. In most cases, they can't give away a free copy. So trying to do some of these strategies may not work for them if they are trying to give away a full copy of a novel, unless it's something that's not at their house. But then it depends on the contract that they're signed under, because the contract may say everything they write in the 2-year period is only for that publishing house. So it does depend. Now, this would also apply to anybody who is like, There are people who are against giving away full novels. You have to do what feels right for you. Okay. So if you are someone who's like, I cannot give away a full novel, I worked on this thing too hard and I do not want to give it away, then maybe you may feel comfortable using some of these strategies to build your email list with the hopes that using these strategies, you might also get a review. So that's what this level is about. And then, of course, you have the reader magnet is a full novel. And in this case, a full novel equals a full length according to your OT instead of to your genre. So like if you're writing a children's book, this may only be like 16 pages long. But if you're writing a fantasy, this may be way more than that. So, and this can be a novellas. This is like covering up on my screen. It's covering up the words. What does it say? This can also include novellas in most cases. Important to note, you can go down on these levels and use any of these strategies, but you can't go up very easily. Now, it is doable in some cases. So if you're in level 4, you've got your reader magnet as a full novel, you can take advantage of any of these levels and any of these strategies. And some of the things are going to be redundant, repetitive, because I'm going to say you can do this in this level. And then when I get to the next level, I'm like, you can do this again in this level, because I did want to hone in on the idea that you can do some of these things at any level. It may just look a little bit different. Okay. But not always. Oh, yes. I want to show you guys. So before I started using any newsletters or strategies at all to build my newsletter, this is what I looked like in 2021. Sorry, it's not caught up on the screen over here. So yeah, you guys can see it. And it's hiding. Again, I can't see this bottom. I started my newsletter in June. Does it show that in June there? It should be June. And then you can see how it suddenly was growing. So June and July, I could not figure out how to build my newsletter list. And pretty much everybody who was on my list, I knew. Like the first 3 people on my newsletter list were myself, my husband, and my husband's coworker. Those were the first 3 on my newsletter list. And when I sent out my newsletter in June, it went to us 3. So it was very slow in the beginning until I started using some of these strategies. And that big spike there, if I don't remember to tell you about it, you can ask me. It is something that is maybe not as replicable, what I did there, but it still uses the strategies I'm going to talk about today. All right. Author level 1, you have no reader magnet. There's 5 things you can do right now without having a reader or lead magnet. Well, I meant to just say lead reader, and 0 subscribers. So here are things you can do. First thing, there's first 3 are free. Share everywhere. Post about your newsletter on your Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. And the advice is to do this at least twice a month. I think a lot of us probably know, especially those of us who have been doing this for a little bit. We know to try to leverage our social media followers to join our newsletter list. There are some people who are really great about doing this. So you want to make sure you keep this in your mind that you post about it, okay? There's 2 key components to this, okay? This is one that I'm not great at doing, by the way, but I do share nearly every newsletter on Twitter, but I'm not always good at doing that. When I was in MailChimp, it automatically went to Twitter, so I never even had to think about it. As long as I had the button checked, it automatically went to Twitter every month I sent my newsletter. But since I've moved over to MailerLite, there's not an automatic button to do that. So I have to remember to try and do it. But that's about the only thing I've really done. I'm not very good at doing this one. But there are 2 key components to keep in mind when you're sharing this everywhere. Your CTA, your call to action, which can be simply as sign up to my newsletter. It doesn't have to be. You could say anything that you want that you think it's going to grab someone's attention that is relevant to signing up to your newsletter. And then you need your link. Now, the link doesn't have to be like a full link. It could be a shortened link. It could be a QR code. As long as it's some way that someone can get that link and get there to sign up to your newsletter. And that should go to your landing page or to your reader magnet if you're on like Story Origin or Book Funnel, depending which strategy you're using. I don't even know where I started with that. So as long as you have those 2 things, then they can get there. So it's your link to your landing page, your call to action. Yes, and we know somebody who's really, really good at doing this, which this is not like a post like we may think of, like being on Instagram or Twitter, but you can do something as simple as this. Call to action, subscribe to my newsletter. There's the link. Now you can go to your newsletter, right? We may often look at this as a way to do it that is online because we do spend a lot of our time online. I didn't put this in here. I do talk about this in the book, but don't forget that posting about your newsletter doesn't happen only online. You can leverage your community. If you're involved with anything that's in your community, say if you, like I used to teach the creative writing classes at the the local library, not here, it was in another state. But if I was still doing that, I could leverage that to get people to sign up to my newsletter list, because I did leverage those classes to get people to sign up to my writing coach newsletter list. So you can do that. The best way to do that, especially if you're dealing with an older population, my creative writing classes were typically attended by older people. They didn't really know how to use their phones for QR code or anything like that. So, have multiple ways that they can sign up. You always carried a clipboard with me where they put their name and their email address down, and then I could sign them up to my newsletter list. Make sure you are not signing up anybody that did not consent. You're breaking so many things there, so many laws. There are consequences, or legal consequences that can be taken against you. So you don't want to do that. If you do use a method like that where people are signing up on like a clipboard or sign up sheet or something like that, you want to make sure that you get them added as soon as possible, because if you wait a week, even a few days, they may forget that they signed up to you and then report you as spam. So you want to make sure you get in touch with them right away. Get them on your newsletter list, send out your welcome email. All right. Did I do this one? I did this a little bit more. I left little cards with a QR code to my newsletter list, like in bathrooms, public bathrooms. Did I get subscribers from that? I have no idea. I didn't know to track things back then. I was just doing whatever I could to try to find subscribers. But also because I do have a connection through my parents with the liquor store and the different liquor stores in the community, I was able to leave like a flyer at some of the liquor stores for people to find me. So there's different ways that you can try to leverage your community. The best way, how it's better if you have some type of connections, but you can cold call it, right? Leaving little cards in bathrooms, you can do that. Maybe not the best way, but it is one way. Number 2, put your sign up link everywhere. Now this kind of sounds like the same as the first one, but it's not. This is where you actually have your link, and there may not be a call to action with it, because depending on where you're putting it, there may not be room for a call to action. But this is on every bio that you have online. Every about me, every site related to you on the web. Google yourself. Now, when you're first starting out, especially, and if you don't have anything published yet, right? This is if you have no reader magnet, you may not have anything published at this time. You may, but you may not. You may not be anywhere on the web except for maybe Instagram and YouTube, or, a couple of the social media places. But all of those are places that you have a bio that you can put a link into it. Now, on some of these, YouTube just fell under this idea, as same as Instagram. You can put a link that is shown on your main homepage, but it's just usually one. So as you get more reader magnets, especially if you're trying to figure out, specifically where your readers are coming from, then you might have more than one sign up link. Now, this being your whole page, your whole Instagram page, your whole YouTube page, you probably want them to sign up for whatever it is that they're interested in signing up for. And a link tree is like something that a lot of authors or business people will use, because it's one place that consolidates all of your links. I talk about this a little bit in the book, and I talk about what I'm wanting to. I have a link tree, but I want to build my own page on my website. There's not much authority behind that when you first start out, but I want to build my own page into my website that is the landing page for all of my links. And so that's another way you can do it. But if you only have, you have nothing, that you don't have multiple reader magnets to give out, it's just you're trying to find newsletter subscribers, put your link everywhere you are. And of course, the more places you get out there, the more you need to try and keep up with. When you publish your first book, you're going to have bios. So like here, I have the get a free short story. So I am specifically trying to get people to sign up for that reader magnet to my newsletter list. So you want to make sure you're going to have a Goodreads. If you have a published book, you want to make sure that you link your profile, or start your profile on Goodreads. If you don't have one, link it to your books. Start your profile on BookBub, link it to your books. Amazon, you kind of have a profile, but not really. It's not visible with any information. So you want to make sure you go there on Amazon Author Central. And that is for anybody. You do not have to be exclusive with Amazon. You could be a traditionally published author. In most cases, your publishing house will be taking care of those, but not always. Where you go there and you set all of this up for you. You put in there where your call to action and what you want them to do. So call to action, get a free short story. Here's what I want you to do. Sign up here on this newsletter list. All right, number 3. This one is not one I've done. It's not one I'm interested in doing, at least not in this point in my career. But this comes down to, for me, in my mind, this comes down to, do you have money or do you have time? In some way, you're paying. Okay. So if you have you don't really have the money to put into paid strategies, but you have the time, then writing blog posts or guest blog posts for your genre, that could be a great way to get noticed and get traffic to you online freely. Now, there's a whole to do if you're trying to do your own blog post. If you have not been blogging up to this point, you do not have a reputation. You don't have any credibility with Google's search engine or any search engine. SEO is really big and plays into this. You need to understand that, which I don't think I have it here anywhere, but I do suggest Estelle Van de Velde's new book, SEO for Authors. It is very easy to understand, break down, and to understand how to make sure to keep, or how to have everything optimized the best it can so that people will find you wherever you're at online. And for this one, you definitely will need to build up if you don't have a blog. If you have a blog already, you probably know all of these strategies already. You're able to go ahead and probably start doing this, where now you need to include your call to action and your link, or at least a link for someone to sign up to you to find you. And guest blogging for other people, that takes research. All of this actually takes much research. If you're blogging for the first time, you're going to want to research what it is that you want to blog about. What is your main topic going to be? What are you going to actually say? How are you going to draw readers to you? And to try and not fall into the trap, unless you purposely want to, of writing content for writers versus readers. Writers are also readers. But if you're wanting to tap into that specific market of your readers for your genre, you're going to want to try and choose things to write about that's going to grab their attention. There's lots of different ideas here. You can, have bonus scenes, character interviews, any research that you're doing. Like if I was doing this, if I was blogging, one of the first posts I'd probably do is the differences of all the different types of dragons in mythology versus those found in literature, because I think that's fascinating. And I think someone who likes dragons would probably find that fascinating. And so if people like to read about dragons in mythology and in literature, well, they might like my work that has dragons in it. So that would be a great way for me to connect to somebody. But I don't have the time for this, nor do I really have an interest in doing this. And then, the other part of this is you can do guest blog posts. You can do this on other bloggers. You have to look to see what the requirements are, if they even take guest blog posts, or there are websites where you can do blog posts like Medium. So this one takes a lot of time. You need to do research. Again, if you're already blogging, you probably know a lot of this to get going. If you haven't been incorporating some type of call to action or your sign up link in some way, or some type of links to link to your page, or where your landing page, then that's just something you would have to incorporate. But if you've never done this one before, it's going to take research. It's going to take time. And these strategies are effective, or are as effective as the time you put into them, right? The only one of these three that pretty much is on autopilot once you do it is number 2. And that's only on autopilot for as long as you are happy with the links that you're sharing, because if you add more reader magnets, you might want to change up your links. And for how much you grow in your online presence, because the more you grow in your online presence, the more you'll probably want to get out there and make sure that you update all your bios so that no matter where people find you, they can find your newsletter list. All right, 2 paid strategies if you have no reader magnet. So you have paid newsletter builders. This one is, you want to look for ones that don't need you to have a reader magnet or a book. That's the key. A lot of paid newsletter builders requests, or part of that newsletter builder is that you're giving them a free story or free book. In most cases, it's a book, a novel of some type that you're giving as part of the newsletter builder. However, there are newsletter builders that you pay for that you don't have to have a finished novel in order to participate. There's not many of these around. These are 2 that have a variety of builders by type, but not by genre. You have SFF Book Bonanza. It's only science fiction and fantasy. I've used them quite a bit in the past. This is what the website looks like. This is an older screenshot, but Dean Wilson is the one who runs this. Very nice individual, and it's like he keeps tabs on the authors who regularly use them. Because while I was in KU, because he does KU, like if you're in Kindle Unlimited, he has Kindle Unlimited promotions every month. And there was one month I didn't get hardly any Kindle pages read, and I had paid for a promotion. through him. And he saw how many clicks I got and said, hey, you didn't get very many clicks. Why don't I keep you on for next month if you're still going to be in Kindle Unlimited? And I was like, sure. So I got a free month out of it. And since I have pulled my books out of Kindle Unlimited, he has not sent me the email to tell me, hey, there's a new Kindle Unlimited promotion running. It's like he knows that I'm not doing any Kindle Unlimited books anymore because I just pulled everything out of Kindle Unlimited. So yeah, I think he's a very good one to work with. But again, only science fiction and fantasy books. And this is what it kind of looked like. One of the things that he does. It does say July of 2022. It has a price point of $25 down there. I didn't grab a new screenshot, guys. I did a version of this class a year ago for a fantasy writing group I was part of. So I didn't go out and get new screenshots here, but I did see that the one for June of 2023 was the same cost of $25. It was pretty much the same thing, what he was asking here. But in this one here, he is offering a Kindle giveaway. So he's giving away a Kindle for everybody who signs up to the giveaway. So those are the people who enter the giveaway, get a chance to win the Kindle. The authors who put into the giveaway, so you pay that $25, then they are going to get all the email addresses of all the entrants, the people who put their names into the giveaway. Okay. You're not giving anything to those people who signed up. Now, and he makes it very clear that those people who sign up, they're being made aware that they're signing up to all the authors who are supporting that giveaway. Okay. So I know that there was, and he limited the participants here. It's a 10 max participants, which is a very good idea. This goes to pros and cons of entering a giveaway like this. So one, Kindle giveaways, they have been finding in the research, are one of the worst ones to do. But unless you want to do it yourself, there are not many people who are doing different ones. And it's not that you can't get subscribers this way, okay? Not only that, the people who sign up to this giveaway, they're doing it because they're hoping to win something free. The label is given to these type of subscribers as freebie seekers. Now, they may not all be freebie seekers. They may show different behavior once they're on your list. But there is an idea that freebie seekers have a certain type of behavior, is that they'll sign up to get the freebie. And as soon as they don't get it, or they do get it, whatever it is that happens, as soon as it's done, they unsubscribe. And if you have a ton of people unsubscribing at the same time, then that sends a message to your email newsletter provider that you may not be, you may not have the authority that you had before, that you're not, gosh, I've lost the word. And it was the word I've been using this whole time, that you're not as safe as it's just a synonym here, but you're not as safe of a sender as you should be. So limiting this to 10 participants is great, because if it's only 10 participants, then that means if, 5 of those 10 unsubscribe, and if you have 500 subscribers, well, 5 out of 500 is what, 1%? That's an acceptable unsubscribe rate. Now, if 5 of those 10 unsubscribe and you've got 20 subscribers on your list after this giveaway, then, and I did say that's participants. Participants is authors, not people who sign up. I did want to make that clear, but I just chose the number 10 to go with. It's easy. You could say 100 people signed up, but it's easier if it's a smaller number for me because I'm trying to keep track of what I'm doing here. So if 5 of those 10 unsubscribe and you only have 20, then that is a big percentage of your list is unsubscribing. There are ways around this. I've done a lot of these type of giveaways. I've been part of a lot of different types of giveaways. Ones like this, there's different ones you can join. And if you get a huge list, so you get 800 subscribers signed up, and what you have to remember is that those 800 subscribers are all going to get an email from every participant who, and that's author in this case, every author who's participating. But so that's why this is good as 10 participants as authors. If you only have 10 authors emailing you at one time, you might be less likely to unsubscribe than if it was 100 authors who are emailing you over like a day, 2-day, 3-day period. So that's what you have to be aware of. Now, if you get if you get 800 subscribers, well, that's a large amount of subscribers. If you did that from like a group giveaway where there's a bunch of authors, or maybe even better, it was only 5 authors and there's 800 subscribers, that means someone either has a really large list or there's a large amount or a good amount of subscribers between the 8 of you guys. And if a lot of those unsubscribe, then you might have issues. I'm losing my thought on this one. So I'm going to move on. I hope that you guys understand that. If I was not clear, please ask me and I will try and clarify that. So there are pros and cons to this for the subscriber, the type of subscriber you may get, and for what, I know what I was going to say. So if you get a large amount of subscribers subscribing to you from something like this, it may be helpful to add them to your email list a handful at a time. That way, if you submit, you upload 100 of the 800 and 10 of them unsubscribable, 10 is not bad. So then you wait a few days and you upload another 100 and then maybe only 5 unsubscribe. Okay. Versus if you upload all 800 and all of them unsubscribe at one time. Now, this is a method that I just found for myself because I was joining a lot of these and I was getting a ton of subscribers and I was getting a lot of unsubscribe rates. And MailChimp twice told me that I need to be careful, that I was in danger of losing my account because a lot of people were unsubscribing. So I started using this method to, protect myself because, people know what they're signing up for in most cases, but they don't care about how that may affect you because they don't know you. They don't see the person on the other side and how that may affect their business. So you want to be very careful with that. Now, I just saw a company who was doing something like this. It was a giveaway, but it was not for not having a reader magnet or a novel. And they said that they would split up the group of authors, that you would have a specific day to upload all of your people, all of the subscribers. So that way, not all of the authors participating were uploading all the subscribers all at once. And so if you did it on your days, I could see how that would split it up, and that wouldn't make those subscribers, upset that they were getting so many emails. So that's, if you're part of a giveaway that you have any say in, that could be something you could bring up. All right. I don't know why this went all the way through again. Okay, the second one is I don't know how you say this. This is only speculative fiction and cozy mysteries. So this is another one where, they do a list builder that they do a list builder where you don't have to have a reader magnet. There is another company I was just thinking about, someone that's in the audience. I don't suggest them anymore. I'm not going to say who it is or what the company is. Sorry, but I found them to be very unprofessional in dealings, and so I don't recommend them anymore. So just for those who might have known who I've recommended in the past, because I have mentioned them on my channel before. All right, last time I checked about a year ago, I had added just over 800 subscribers this way. I have not checked it since then, but to be honest, I have not done as many of these types of builders for a while. You can tap into the same subscribers over and over again who are applying to these if you do too many of these back to back. So you want to give yourself, if you like SF Book Bonanza with Dean Wilson, you really like, the reader, the list builder that you do with him, you probably want to wait at least 3 to 4 months or longer before you do it again, because you may tap into the same exact subscribers you just came across. And so the first time you run it, you might get, maybe it's 100 subscribers, and the next time you get 20, and then the next time you get 5, and you're wondering why you're getting fewer and fewer. And but you're tapping in probably the same subscribers who are paying attention at that moment, to those giveaways. So yeah, and it's 37% still remain on my list. So this is a good indication what you can see of what you might lose in subscribers by using something like a list builder. All right. Okay. Next one is do your own giveaway or find others doing giveaway and join. So this is when you can get together with other authors and say, hey, let's all, put in money for this beautiful writing set. I don't know. You want to choose something you think your readers are going to be interested in. Usually you might choose something that are like books in the genre or something, but there's a lot of these going on all the time. So you want to try and see if you can be unique in some way. So, doing a $50 or $50 gift card is probably not good. Like to Amazon, the writing set would not be good by itself. But say if you did it with like a journal with ACOTAR, cover on it, because they're doing a lot of those recently. I've seen a lot of people buying those. Then that might be something that ACOTAR fans would really love to have. And then, those people you're tapping into, they like to read what you're writing. So that's the key. You want to make sure that whatever it is you're giving away taps into the reader base of the genre you're writing. Okay. And again, you could just do this on your own. You could do your own Kindle giveaway. And I've seen lots of people do this. So there are different platforms you can use to do giveaways. You could just do this through like a Google form. You also have like King Sumo, Book Sweeps, UpViral, Raffle Press, ShortStack. These all offer different things, but none of them are free. I think couple of these might have a free tier, but it doesn't offer a lot in accessibility to options. So what some of these can do, besides, someone signing up on your email list, you can also put in there that they follow you on Instagram or they follow you on wherever. You can add like those extra tick boxes for them to sign up and to follow you in different places and or to follow all the authors who are involved in the giveaway. These run anywhere from like $40 a year to hundreds of dollars a month, depending on which one you get. King Sumo right now is on a deal for $49 lifetime. It says it's normally $228, and it seems like this deal runs like all the time. It's not very often I've seen it at $228, but I did grab it because I plan on doing some of this for myself in the future. And this is not one I've done, but I have joined giveaways. I have joined other authors who have done giveaways like these. I've never been one where I put it together myself for myself. So, all right. So just as a recap, share everywhere, no reader magnet, author level 1, put your sign up link everywhere, write blog posts, paid newsletter builders, and do your own giveaway or find others doing a giveaway and join. And I think there was one not too long ago that someone in the AuthorTube community was doing and was posted on Instagram, and someone forwarded or sent me a link or something. And I clicked on it. And I thought, oh, that's so cool, I should join. And then I forgot where it was and where I got that link. And it's probably already done. So, but yeah, they're out there. What I should say when it comes to this, when it comes especially to finding some of these free like giveaways, so there are some. So I didn't put that in here because it's not something that happens all the time. There's no company doing this. There's no company that's going to do a free giveaway or a free promotion or something like that, or do a free newsletter builder. But there are, I think that one that I clicked on, I think that was a free one. I could be wrong because I really don't remember it and who put it together. But it was free for people to join, and it was a way to build your newsletter list. Most cases they're going to be paid. But I have joined even a book fair that this author did. It was a one-time thing she did. And I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I remember it was like July of last year. Nope, July of the year before, because I had Blood or Lily that was going to be coming out. And it was supposed to be November, but she was putting it together, this fair, and I signed up for it. And I was able, and it was free to sign up for it. And she hosted it. It was a page that she built on her website and hosted all these authors' books. And, there was a way for them to build each other's newsletter list by sharing. It's almost like a group promotion on Story Origin or Book Funnel, if you're familiar with those, except that it wasn't behind a paywall. It was on a web page that someone put together and was doing freely. You can do that too. You could set up something like that if you're able to do that. So those are other ways, but those aren't the norm. You have to look for them. You have to, and that one I found was on Facebook, and I found several of them on Facebook like that, where they were, doing different joint promos and giveaways and swaps. And then most of them want you to have some type of reader magnet or novel, but there are some that don't. So, okay. Level 2. This is your magnet. It's not a full novel. 5 strategies again, but with 2 free strategies and 3 paid strategies. So the free strategies, list swaps, and it's helpful if you have some subs. It's better if you have 50 to 100 subs, but if you have none, sometimes you can sell yourself. I sold myself to, I think it was a gentleman, but I don't even remember his name because it was 2 years ago now. But I was like, hey, I have 3 subscribers. So when it was just me and my husband and my husband's coworker, I have 3 subscribers, but I will share this. I will share this all over if you allow me to get into the group. And so I'll tell everybody about it, put on my Instagram. And I used to put a lot of the giveaways I was in on Instagram because that was how I could share when my newsletter was little. I don't do as much of that anymore, but yeah. So a list swap. So a list swap is a way for you, this is your newsletter list, is a way for you to share. You don't actually give your newsletter list to anybody else. You share with your newsletter list, hey, here's this great author that writes about dragons just like I do. And he has his book coming out in a couple months, and this is what it's about. If you want to know, more, or you want to know when the book's actually going to be released, here's where you can follow him. So that kind of stuff, or here's where you can sign up to his newsletter list, or, and then the other author will do the same for you. So that's a newsletter swap. You want to look through Facebook, Instagram, TikTok hashtags even to find people who might be open to doing this. This usually requires you talking to people, reaching out. And sometimes it means reaching out to people you don't know. So it's a cold reach out. But if you can get, somebody to do this with you, then it could be helpful in building your email newsletter list. And the best way to find out whether or not someone is a good, person to swap with is that you want to make sure that they're writing in your same genre. You could go look up authors in your genre who are published, but it's highly unlikely you're going to get a response from any of them. It's better to find people who are more at your level. Ideally, a few more subscribers than you, because you won't be able to grow each other's list too much if you have the same number of subscribers. But sometimes that's where you got to start. And you can do that again by looking at like hashtags or searching for, certain terms when you go to these different social media sites. And then you have group swaps. Same exact thing, except it's a whole group. And this was like that one example that I gave you, but that example where the girl made the page on her website with a bunch of books on it. That was a group swap. So every author whose book was on that page was promoting that page to their newsletter list, with the hopes that your newsletter list, or a portion of them, will go and click and find something interesting on the page and want that book by a certain author, or some of those books by certain authors. Click on the books, sign up to those authors' newsletter list, and get their book. This is usually when you have something that you can give in return. And this is something you can do even if your reader magnet's not full. I don't know if I said it here, but the first 3 chapters of my novel was all I had when I first started all of these ideas. I didn't have much to give away. Just the first, and that's the worst one you can have, but I did it, and I did grow my newsletter list. Again, sometimes you might find people that they really want you to have a complete product. So this is not always something that is going to work. And I've done both of these. What about logistics? This is a good question. I always think about what people would ask me. How do you get your reader magnet to that person? Right? Or however it is. So for list swaps, you're not giving it to them. You're not giving it to the other author. You have it, and you're giving a link to the person that's signing up to your list. And I didn't really talk about that when I said you should put the link into your welcome email newsletter. There are different ways that authors have done this. The free way to do it is you make a PDF or EPUB and a MOBI file. You can make all those files free. I do give more information about that in the book. Some of you guys may already know the information, but you have all 3 files, you put them into a Google Drive, and you give the link to the Google Drive. That is the way I first started. I gave away my first 3 chapters, honestly, as just a PDF that was in my Google Drive. That's how I gave it away. I did not know about Story Origin or BookFunnel at this point. Story Origin and BookFunnel are paid services, but both of them have a free tier where you can sign up, you can upload your files, and you can get a direct download link. That's all it is a direct download link. So it's not a review link. So if someone clicks on it, they're not going to be able to review your book there on the platform. The platforms will take over and remind them to do reviews. It is not a beta copy link. It is not a it's not a reader magnet link. So those things exist on those platforms where if you pay for the tiers, you can have a reader magnet link. That's what mine are, reader magnet links. What that means is they actually can't get that document through Story Origin or that story until they sign up on my newsletter, and it's all automated through their program. So I don't have to do anything. But so if you don't, you're not paying for that. If you just want to deliver files, you can do that on both of those platforms, BookFunnel and Story Origin. There are other platforms that are similar, but I don't know what they allow and what they can do, like Prolific Works and Booksprout, I think is another one. I don't know what they can do. I've not used those websites, but you can check them out. BookFunnel is probably the most well-known because it's more established. It's been around much longer. Story Origin has only been around for a few years. But at this point, I prefer Story Origin only because I've been using them for 2 years. I'm very familiar with the site. I know I can reach out to the creator directly because he has his email address right there on the website. You reach out to him with a question, he's going to get back to you, and he's pretty quick. He does all of his own customer service. Not sure the same as, Seven Gals. I'm not sure the same for Damon Courtney over at BookFunnel. I've never tried it. I just got into BookFunnel. I've not found it as of a nice platform, but that could be just my genre. But yeah, so I do like both. Both of them have their pros and cons for sure. And you'll have to make that decision what works for you. I guess I'm going to push Story Origin just because I know that one the best and I really like Story Origin. But BookFunnel is just as good. But both of them you can use just to get a direct download link. Why do you want the direct download link? Well, if you put the MOBI file or EPUB file into your Google Drive and you deliver it, and the reader comes back and says, I don't know how to put this into my Kindle. Well, do you know how to do it? Do you know those directions? Are you willing to have those directions on hand that every time a reader says, I'm having trouble, help me, and you give them that help. The good thing about both Story Origin and BookFunnel, at the free tier, they have directions right there telling them how they can get their EPUB and Mobi files onto their Kindles or wherever it is that they're trying to get it on their e-readers. So I like that is provided, and it's all free of service. It's there, and it's a direct download link. You just put it there once, it's done. You don't ever have to worry about it again. So that's logistics. That's one way that you can do it. Of course, you can also just send it through as an attachment, but I don't know that you can do that through an email service provider. I've actually never tried. I don't think you can. But you can do it through your Gmail, but you don't want to do that because it goes back to all those issues we talked about earlier. All right, there's a Story Origin. Founder and developer is Evan Gao. He is constantly fiddling with his website and adding new things all the time. And he never breaks anything when he adds things. Like I fiddle with my website. I broke things. I fiddle with the AWC website. I broke things. I never see him breaking his website, but he's always adding new stuff to his website all the time. And every time it is something that is helping authors to have everything in one place, because you can have a review team set up over on a review site. You could have, all these different places. You could have book promotions on another site. You could have beta copies from another site, and you have all of it here in one place. Now, BookFunnel also has a lot of this stuff. They have their differences, what they include. So again, you want to look at that. One reason why I got into BookFunnel was because you can set up a landing page for your Kickstarter campaign, which I just did a Kickstarter, and it was really great to be able to join a joint promotion with other authors with the Kickstarter campaign. We didn't have that here on Story Origin. And these are the plans. So that basic plan, that's your free plan there. And the standard plan is what most people use. Both BookFunnel and Story Origin is $10 a month or $100 a year. And they have the free accounts. What am I doing? Unlimited file delivery. Oh, this is the logistics, going with the logistics stuff. But what I would say, there is one difference in the price plan between the two. So under the standard plan with Story Origin for your $100 a year, which is $8.33 a month or the $10 a month, it is automatic integration with your email provider if it's one of the main ones. So which means if someone signs up for your reader magnet through Story Origin, their email address and their name automatically gets sent over to your email provider and added to your email list. With BookFunnel, this is not part of the same $10 a month or $100 a year plan. You have to pay an extra $50 a year or $5 a month to have that integration. So that's one big difference there. And I love that. That's why I've kind of kept my reader magnet over on Story Origin, because I didn't want to have to pay the extra $5 a month or $50 a year for BookFunnel to have automatic delivery or integration of my email list. All right. This is another BookFunnel, Prolific Works, Booksprout. All right. 3-page strategies. The first two are exactly the same as the free strategies of the last one. So list swaps and group swaps. These are both done on places like Story Origin, BookFunnel, Prolific Works, and Booksprout. All it is that these platforms have a place where authors can connect through the tools that are on the website to show who you might have things in common with, or it shows you all the promotions that are going on. You can find a promotion that is exactly your genre, click on the promotion and apply to it. You apply to it for Story Origin. You get added automatically to the one for BookFunnel. This is another difference. You may say that getting automatically added is really nice because then you don't have to wait for someone to not add you. But what I found was the community of my genre I'm writing in now, they must be a very close-knit community or something. I have no idea. I applied to a promotion I was qualified for, and I got kicked out of the promotion. And I don't know why. I wasn't given a reason. They can take you, the person who puts the promotion together can take you out of the promotion. They don't have to give you a reason why. Over in Story Origin, if you look at someone who is applying to a promotion, to your promotion you put together, and they don't fit what you're looking for, you can just say not approved, or I don't remember the exact words, but you can say not approved. But the person who applied, they don't get anything. They just don't know that they're not there unless they're tracking it very closely, which when you're first starting out, you might be tracking it closely. I was always busy, so I didn't track who actually accepted me to what promotion. So you do have to wait to get accepted, but if you don't get accepted, you don't get any notification. And I've actually never not been accepted to a promotion that I applied for that I know of. There are certain ones, of course, I paid attention to because they were very, very specific for what I was needing. But there are some that probably in the beginning that I never really pay attention to. But I didn't know. If I didn't get accepted, I didn't know. But over on BookFunnel, I've been kicked out of a promotion and I qualified for the promotion. I just maybe they were being very specific about who they wanted there. I don't know. On BookFunnel, well, on both places, you have a reputation. And so what that means is how many clicks are you sending to people when you do your cross promotions with groups and when you do cross promotions with other authors. If you're sending clicks to their books and their promotion, then that increases your reputation. Now, it's not called reputation on Story Origin. It just shows it in clicks. In BookFunnel, it tells you in reputation. Well, I have no reputation on BookFunnel because I just joined a couple months ago. The only promo I had joined was for my Kickstarter, and that other promo where I got kicked out, and the Kickstarter hadn't even started yet. The Kickstarter promo had not started yet. So I had no reputation. So I don't know if that's why I got kicked out, because I had no reputation. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. You don't get a reason why. So I found that very disheartening. And then there was someone, the person who was running that promotion. No, it was someone who was in the promotion. I saw, okay, it was a name. It was in the promotion. They went and signed up for my newsletter list. And within seconds, they did that through my reader magnet. And within seconds, they unsubscribed. And I thought, that's really shady. Like, I know some people sign up. We know subscribers sign up just to get the freebie and they unsubscribe. But to do that to another author, I found that very shady. So I have not had a good experience on BookFunnel so far. Those are my two experiences that I've had. The Kickstarter group campaign or group promo, that was nice. And I got some clicks, and I sent clicks over to some of their promos as well. So that worked out well. But yeah, the other two things, yeah. Yes, I do have an affiliate link for Story Origin because I do really strongly believe in what they can do for authors. You know, it may sound like $10 a month may not be very much to some of us, but for others, it is a lot. So you may not be able to take advantage of it. But if you're able to, I love Story Origin. And if you would like to use my affiliate link, you do not have to. It doesn't change the price to you. It just gives me a percentage, a commission. I've actually never made a commission off of anybody. So, and I've had 20 clicks to the link, but never made a commission off anybody, but it's okay. It is a way, as you grow as an author, you try to find ways that you promote things maybe that you believe in. And I believe in Story Origin, then ways you can also make money. Okay. 3-page strategies. Why is this starting over again? I don't know. Okay. So I've done both of these through Story Origin, which I joined in September of 2021. And as I mentioned, I just joined BookFunnel. I think I joined them in, I think it was April when I joined them, but the campaign, the first promo that was part of for the Kickstarter didn't happen until July. So that was my first experience. And then of course the other promo that I joined that I got kicked out of. I don't know why I messed up my buttons here. Advertising is the third paid strategy. This is like paid ads on Facebook, Pinterest, YouTube, etc. I will tell you that the one that people use the most is Facebook. So they seem to, now this is not one. Do I have it come up here? Yes, I've not done paid ads. So this is one I've not done. So I just listen to what people say. I attend a lot of courses. I attend a lot of conferences. I mean, I went to 2 conferences in the last week. I listen to a lot of people talk about what they do. And Facebook seems hands down to be the one that has the best ROI. And this is a paid ad to your newsletter list. Okay. And you are promising that you're going to give them a reader magnet of some type, right? Sign up here, you get the reader magnet. Now, how your ad should be set up and how the best practices on that one, I can't really tell you. You'd have to do the research on that. I've not actually done any Facebook ads. There's no way to do this on Amazon. But I feel that this might be a good one when you've exhausted all these other avenues and you're still not really growing your list the way you want to. Or this is really good for introverts because you don't have to talk to anybody. And that's something I should say on the free strategies with having a reader magnet. And this applies again, higher up levels, right? Because you can come down in levels, but not really go up. So any level you're at, this could be a strategy of yours. When it comes to list swaps and group swaps, and you're using the free strategies, it means that you're talking to people. You're reaching out to them, or they're reaching out to you, or you're seeing a post and you're replying to a post to get part of that. Now, the paid strategies with the list swaps and group swaps on Story Origin and BookFunnel, I'm a big introvert. Okay. So being an introvert, I feel most comfortable and at home with Story Origin because, like I said, I don't really know if I'm not accepted into a group promo. So I don't feel like, I was rejected. None of us like rejection. And I don't, I got rejected on BookFunnel and I'm like, well, why? What did I do? But I'm not going to reach out to them because I'm too much of an introvert. I'm not going to reach out to them, talk to them. I'm like, yeah, I'm not, they didn't want me. So, but, there on Story Origin and BookFunnel, there is not as much pressure because you see a posting for a list swap or a group swap, and you apply to the group swap. Now the list swap for paid, right, and for free, that's when you're doing one-on-one with somebody. It's kind of almost as painless as it is a group swap. For a list swap on Story Origin, I've not done this on BookFunnel, so I can't tell you how it's done, but it's probably similar. So on Story Origin, you would just, you would search for authors on the platform by your genre. You find someone that is in your genre that they have a book that is similar to yours. So even, your genre, my genre is fantasy, but there's a whole bunch under fantasy. So I'm not going to want to choose someone who's writing urban fantasy for my Irish fantasy that's set in 3rd century. So not a good match there in most cases. So, I want to look for someone who has similar themes or settings or whatever it is. Then I can just click on them and I can send to them, hey, I'd like to do a list swap with you. Now, all the verbiage is done, so you don't have to write anything. You would just click on what it is you want to swap to them, what you want to use in your newsletter that you're going to show your newsletter about. Again, you're choosing something that your newsletter is going to be interested in. And then you're choosing the date that you're going to send it out on, which newsletter you're going to send it out on. And then you choose the date that you would like them to send your book out in their newsletter on. And it doesn't have to be the same dates. I just had an author who sent my book out in their newsletter this month, but they're asking me to send their book out in 2 months. And when I looked at it, well, their book comes out in 2 months. So, it's better. You get more sales for a live book than you do for a pre-order book. So it made perfect sense that I'm not promoting their book for 2 months, even though they're doing mine right now. So yeah, but it's much, there's no actual direct communication with list swaps and group swaps on Story Origin and BookFunnel unless you really want it. So, and these platforms have provided networking for me as well. Not BookFunnel. I just got BookFunnel, but Story Origin has provided a lot of good networking for me. When you guys saw that big spike in my newsletter list, right, in that month, well, there were some authors on Story Origin who were paying attention to my newsletter list because I have my newsletter integrated and I do click to update my stats. And so I think that's what you probably do, something similar in BookFunnel, but I don't know. But you can click to update your stats every month. So it shows, here's how many people you have in your newsletter list. Here's your open rate. Here's your click-through rate. So it's all right there. So anybody who finds you on Story Origin, who's on Story Origin, can see what I guess they would call that in BookFunnel, your reputation. It's not called the same thing in Story Origin. So they can see what it is. And I guess I must have had some authors following me because I had one, she reached out to me and she's like, how did you do that? Tell me all the secrets. And then she had, she was like, hey, me and these other authors were doing a group promo. You want to join us? And, because she opened a dialogue with me and I continued the dialogue with her. And so made a contact there. And then some people who do like the group swaps, the ones who put together the group swaps, they like to reach out individually to authors and they don't necessarily always want a response, but they're like, hey, so glad you're on my promotion, blah, blah, blah. And they give you like, hey, I would really love it if you do this. Here are some more graphics that you can use or whatever. I've had that happen. And I didn't say, but you can also make your own group promotions on these platforms. You don't have to just join somebody else's. You can make your own. I've done one and I set it up poorly. And I thought, well, I'll wait until I have more time to figure it out. It did not have bad results, but you definitely need to kind of pay attention. And my mind was going different places. All right. And this one, ads are a struggle for many of us to figure out because it's ads. Ads are not easy to figure out for anybody, I think, except for those who have done them for a really long time. All right. This is the wrap up. Free list swaps, free group swaps, paid list swaps, paid group swaps, and advertising. So that's if you have a reader magnet that's not a full novel. This is where you're probably going to find the best ways to find subscribers. All right, questions. Let me exit out of this. That was a long one. I should put that break sooner. Or that question. I need a break. Y'all see where my mind's at? Oh, okay. I have no idea how many more comments are here. All right. If you are further back, please drop your question again because I don't really know how many are here. I didn't mark it. Hello, Emma. Thank you for stopping by. And Margaret. Okay, first question. I'm working backwards here. So I could feasibly use Story Origin to send my authortube collab emails and not get labeled as spam. I don't think that's something you can do. You can use Story Origin. Well, I guess. I mean, if you know that there are, what kind of collab are you talking about? Are you talking about a collab like a group promotion? Because if everybody's on the group promotion, then you have access to their emails. I mean, you can find them in the directory, but you have to search for them. But I guess probably. I just would never thought to have done it that way. Big attachments through email. No, because spam. Yeah, she's okay. I love this swap idea. Yeah, I do too. Okay. Do you recommend Bitly as a shortened link tracker to differentiate source tracking or in-house mailer like analytics? Bitly seeming weak to me now. So I do think that they're Bitly or similar ideas of having tracking links is a great way to track what's going on and how stuff is working for you. I know that, and again, you can just, if you have a website, you can like build your own like page that's not like visible that anyone can find, but if they have the link, they can get there. You could build a link like that and make separate landing pages for your reader magnets. And so it could be the same reader magnet, but separate pages. Like, here's the reader magnet from everybody who comes from Instagram. This is so if they click from that link, there's probably a way to track that in the back end of your email provider. I just don't know exactly how to do that. That's why it's something I have for the future that I want to do, because I don't want to rely on Bitly all my life or Linktree. But anything that can track links and where they're coming from, I think is good, because you need to be able to track things to see how things are working so you can grow or stop doing things that are not growing for you. I didn't do a lot of that in the very beginning. So I was just trying to get newsletter subscribers on my list. Did one with raffle coffee. Ooh. How many of the list builder subscribers tend to stick around? Yeah. So I had 37% of that one. Now there was that big spike. That was a list builder, but that wasn't like a list builder that happens all the time. It was specifically set up for one huge event. And I just happened to be networking with the person that was in charge of that big event, who coordinated with different organizations and companies and a main website for a company. And he was like, hey, by the way, can you pass the word about this? And I thought, well, can I join? And he was like, well, I'm not saying you have to join, but if you want to join, you can. And I got over 5,500 emails I got from that newsletter and builder. And to this day, I think I am just over 1,000 is what I have left from that 5,500. So many of them don't stick around, and you can chalk it up to, in the beginning, to a couple different things. One, freebie seekers, they're not going to stick around. In most cases, if they're an actual freebie seeker, they're not sticking around. There's nothing you can do to make them stay. But some of them, when you have a big list builder like this one, 5,500 emails, I don't remember how many authors were involved. There was a lot. And if you were getting an email from, I don't know. I don't remember. It was between 20 and 50 authors. It was a lot of us. But if you're getting an email from 50 authors, you're going to unsubscribe to all of them probably. So, and then again, there are people who just don't understand that when you enter a giveaway that's giving you authors ebooks, that you're actually getting an ebook, not a real book. I don't know how many times. It has been dozens and dozens of times over the 2 years I've been building my newsletter list that someone said, oh, well, I don't read ebooks. And I'm like, well, why did you sign up for it? I never say that, but that's what I'm thinking in my head. And I'm like, there are people who just don't know that an ebook is not the same as a paperback. And that when they sign up to these things, that they're going to probably get an ebook, because sending paperbacks is really expensive. And I tried to explain that a couple times to a few of them, but they didn't really say anything back. I just said, well, for these giveaways, it's so much easier on the author to send an ebook because it's essentially free for us versus a paperback, which would take a lot of money. And yeah. But yeah. Do you continue to offer free content to your newsletter to try to keep these subscribers interested? So yes to the first part, no to the second part. Do you continue to offer free content to your newsletter? So when I can, anything new that I'm able to do that is not going to be in a book format, I have offered it to my newsletters subscribers. And I do offer chapters of the beginning of my books. I have done that with every single book that I've written. I've offered the first 3 chapters of the first 3 the 3 books in my trilogy. I offered the prologue, and I don't remember if I offered more than the prologue, because I didn't know what would work well with having the Kickstarter coming up. But I've always offered something from what I was writing, but I don't do that to keep them interested. Part of it is to keep yourself relevant. You want to make sure they remember who you are and that they remember why they like your writing. So that could be part of it. But this comes down to that idea, and I put this into my book because I loved it. A.L. Canor, she was a USA Today bestselling author in fantasy, romantic fantasy, basically. She had romantic elements, which were kind of bigger parts, but that was not mainly romance, it was fantasy. And we had her on the podcast really early in our podcast days. I still can't believe that she said yes, because I liked her book and reached out to her. And she said yes to come on the podcast. And one thing, when we asked her what was her, I think it was her best marketing tip or trick, and she said, you baby your newsletter. You baby them. They're there for you. So everything you do should go through them first. If you are trying to come up with a title and you finally get a title for your next work in progress, you share it with them first, not your Instagram followers, not your YouTube followers. You share it with your newsletter first, which is, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go into that. But so you share everything with them first. So I do it. I offer the free content. In my mind, it is free, but I'm sharing what I'm doing with them because they're there for me and my writing. So that's the reason why I do that. I've seen newsletters with a section for writers and then one for readers. Is this a good strategy, or could there be two separate types of newsletters? Yeah, I had to decide what I was going to do early on. I had my own opinion, but mine might not be the right one. It may not be the right one for you. So I don't think there's any one right way. I would say for me, from what I've seen, because I'm signed up to many authors who also provide content for writers. So not the ones like here, like, because I think some of us here who are in the chat and who have been here, we'll talk about, content for writing as well sometimes. But some of the bigger ones, like Sarah Cannon, Bethany Altazada, Courtney Project. There's someone I just started following. Is it Elise Kova? Elise Kova, I think it is. Like all these authors, they also produce content for writers, and they have two separate newsletters. And you can sign up on the two separate newsletters. So, yeah. So I find that better. MK Williams. That was the biggest one I should have said, because I see hers all the time. She has one for writers. She has one for readers. And I sign up to both because I want to see what she's doing. So if I was to do a strategy like that, I would do that. I don't have enough time to write a second newsletter, so I just don't. And I had to decide that early on. I used to include content for writers, like for the first AuthorTube Writing Conference. I told my entire newsletter list, hey, if you're a writer, come to the AuthorTube Writing Conference. I said nothing this year because I really want to build my newsletter subscribers for my readers. So yes, some of them might be writers, and there are advanced strategies with your newsletter that I haven't even put in place yet that I know of, but I haven't got to that point yet that I'm ready to do something about that, because it's like two newsletters basically, which is I could send out a newsletter, my monthly email newsletter like I normally do, and just say, hey, choose, tell me what you would like to know about, and have like 3 buttons. Hey, I'm a reader. I just want to know about your books. Hey, I'm a writer. I just want to know about your, tips about writing. And hey, I'm a writer and a reader. Give me all the emails. But then that comes to writing 2 separate emails every month, one for writers, one for readers, or whatever your schedule is that you make for yourself. So what's a good strategy? I mean, some people seem to make it work, but I think it's more productive for building your business, your reader base, and eventually getting your product sold to the right person by having it separated. But that's my personal opinion. That may not be the same for everybody. Okay, I'm gonna go. I think I might have caught up. I think having 2 newsletters is a good idea for me. Yeah, and if you know you got this, you can write 2 newsletters. I would go. If I could write 2 newsletters, I would go for it. I just don't have the time. From Richard, would you recommend your emails sent from a custom domain as opposed to a Gmail? Okay, so I think I could have a custom domain email for myself because I buy my website through Squarespace. I don't know how to go get it. I'm sure it's easy. I probably need to look it up or something, but I don't know how to go get it. I remember having it when I was in Bluehost before with WordPress. For my writing coach business. And I was able to go grab a Bluehost account. So all of the email providers, they all say the same thing. You should have a, author@author.com type email. That the other one is not as good. I don't know what the differences are in that, to be honest. I'm sure that they are there. That's not something I've researched, so I couldn't tell you, but I can only tell you what the newsletter providers say, which is you should have an author@author.com type of email versus a Gmail. I use my Gmail one. Yeah, one. With one, a little two is no way for me. Yeah, me too. Outside of other fiction authors, can you recommend any sources for self-education on sales and marketing? Outside of other fiction authors, sales and marketing. I don't have anyone to the top of my head. I can see a face, but I can't remember his name. Andrea Pearson is a fiction author and nonfiction author. But she has a podcast that's all about finance. She doesn't talk about her writing. It's all about finance. So you could look for her. I don't know if she talks about sales and marketing per se. I started listening to one episode and found myself bored. So I didn't listen to the rest of it. But she was talking about, her and her husband, they paid for their house in cash. So there was lots of stuff that they must have done in between all of that to get to the point where she could pay for their house in cash. So, yeah, I found that interesting. I just couldn't get through the material. But sales, there's someone. Anybody who talks about sales funnels, they're going to have lots of tips on how to basically, that is finding people, finding your audience online and funneling them down to buying your product. That's the simplified version, but anybody talks about sales funnels, they're going to have lots of ideas. I read a lot of articles on that just to see what could apply to me as an author, but I can't remember the guy. I can't remember his name. All right. We've got to the end of questions as far as I can see. There might be more. If I missed you, please put it in there. And I think we might be on another break. No, we're not. That was just questions. Let me get a drink of water real quick. I finished my water. I should have brought another one over. All right, you guys ready to get going again? Which email did you use to sign up for mail? I use my Gmail. It's a sthuston.author@gmail.com. So that's what I signed up for. And MailChimp and MailerLite, they both said, there's little red lettering under the sender name, the sender address, when I get ready to send newsletters every month, that says a warning basically about using your own email address, or Gmail address is not an author one related or something. I don't remember the exact verbiage of it, but that's the idea. And he is setting up 2 newsletters, one for pen name, that's strictly finding romance readers. That's about as much as I can handle. Yeah, I have some secret projects. You guys learned about one today. I wrote a nonfiction book. It's over 20,000 words. And then I have another book it's not done though. It's only about 75% done, but it is something that I would never release under my name. And so I thought, well, if I release this under a pen name, I could do an email newsletter list. But heck, if I'm going to do anything to promote that, or I'm not going to promote it, I'm not going to send out a monthly newsletter. I'm not going to do the same at all. So if I was to do it, I would just do it to be like, it would be a newsletter set up direct only. And I would probably make it very clear if I had this newsletter, that when people signed up for it, I would say, you will only receive an email from me when I have my next release. I'd probably put that right up front. That way they know if they're signing up, they're doing it because they like my work and they're waiting for the next one that I put out just like it. And I may or may not ever write anything like it again. All right, let's go ahead and get started again on this. I hit the right button. All right, we're going on to author level 3. This is someone that has a reader magnet that is only a review copy. And, just as a refresher, this means that for whatever reason, you are not willing to give that novel away, whether it is because you're under a traditionally publishing contract where you can only give away review copies and no others, or you are of the mindset that you're never going to give your novel away for free, only if you're able to get or have the possibility of getting a review for your book. So, and I'm sure there might be other qualifications under this, but those are the two main ones that I can think of. This one has 4 strategies, 2 with free strategies and 2 paid strategies. So the first one might be something you guys have heard me talk about here on my channel, but if you have not, this may be new for you, which is voracious readers only. Now, voracious readers only is set up as a company who connects your books to readers who are voracious who are, nudged and asked to leave reviews on your book. So the idea is they're connecting you to readers who will hopefully leave you a review. Now, will they leave a review? I think the percentages are pretty much the same as if you build your own review team. I think it's what they say, it's between 10 to 20% of the people who sign up to review your book is actually going to review your book. So it's a very small percentage. If you have 100 people who sign up to review your book, that means 10 to 20 people. But if you only have 10 people who sign up to review your book, that means only one person is going to leave a review. And those are kind of the percentages of what you'll find. And I have found overall with voracious readers, it's pretty much the same. I do get a little bit of a higher rate. And I think, to be honest, it is down to how I have finally structured my email sequence. When I kept tweaking it, like I said, you guys, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to be like, oh man, I've been doing this all this time and I could have done it better. And I just didn't know. It's going to happen. You're going to find better ways of doing things. And since I have changed up my, the way I'm doing this, and I just changed this sequence in February, I think it was, I have had so many responses just from the readers, from Voracious Readers Only. Like they're responding to emails in my email sequence. And I have so many more people responding to me and talking to me, and we're getting to know each other, through email, their likes and dislikes for the genres they like to read. And, I can tell them like, hey, by the way, you're probably not going to like my next book. So I wouldn't, you may not want to read it. And I give them a little bit about, because a lot of them read my first book and they tell me, they email me too, to tell me, hey, I just finished a book. I've had 2 this past week from Voracious Readers Only, people who, subscribers who they email me and say, hey, I finished your first book and I really liked it. And then someone from our community as well. So it was really nice. It was really nice getting 3 emails from people who said they liked my book. And I was like, but if you like it for the reasons that, like one of them, she said she loved how sweet it was. I don't remember who it was now, but I was like, you may not like the rest of the series. It does not say sweet. But, so I try to be honest, but I've had so many of my Voracious Readers Only, have great communication. Okay. So how is it free? Because this probably sounds too good to be true, right? Well, there's a free giveaway of your book with the idea that readers will review it. That's what they do. But they once in your author career. So you can only ever do this once. It doesn't matter if you write in different genres. If you've got 6 different genres you write in, you can only ever do this once. They will do it was a 6-week run. I think it still is a 6-week run that's free, where they are connecting your book to potential readers. And they guarantee, well, not guarantee, but their hopes is that they're going to get it up to about 20 new readers. And I think I had 18 in my run, 18 readers who signed up. So that's free. After that trial run, now Voracious Readers Only becomes a paid program. And so only one free 20 book giveaway per author. And they don't promote children's books or nonfiction titles. So that is, important to know that they don't do. All right. So this is kind of what their website looks like. You get readers and authors. It's a very simply set up website. They tell you right there, let's find 20 new readers for your novel, no charge. And you just, once you start clicking on it, you go through all the different, schedule your free giveaway. It brings up the calendar. I looked at it just this morning. I remember when I scheduled my free giveaway, it was July of 2021. My book was coming out in November. And they couldn't get my book to the readers until the end of November. My book came out on the 6th. And I was like, wow, that's a really long wait. It's not that long anymore from what I could see. When I looked at the calendar, they have no more dates open to start your free trial, but they had, I think, 8 days open next month. And then the next month after that was pretty open. So, if you like that idea, you could do it. Again, you can only do it once in your career. So in some ways, it might have been better if I had waited to do this until I got this current book done, because this is where I think I'm going to be writing. This genre is what I'm going to be writing for a while. And I can't, because I already did my free giveaway with them. But it did help me get a lot of my reviews. I would say I have 78 reviews, and I've had more than that, but a lot of them just keep dropping off. I don't know why. I was at 78 reviews, 6 months ago, and then it dropped all the way down to 60 something. And now I'm back up to 78. But, I would say of those, a good third of them are from Voracious Readers. So, and sometimes the Voracious Readers will reach out to me and say, hey, I left a review. And those Voracious Readers who do that, And I get probably an email like that once every couple weeks. I like, hey, would you like to review the next book? And I offer it to them. They don't always take it up, but it is something that I offer. And I do that for any reader who says, hey, I've read your first book and I really liked it. And I always offer the next book to review. It's a good way to do it if you have multiple books. Alrighty. So when you go sign up for your 6-week trial or your trial run, whatever, if it's not 6 weeks anymore, I don't know. There are 3 ways that you can sign up to have your delivery preference set up. This is where it matters to get your subscribers. Okay, the first one you sign up is you get the emails to add to your mailing list. So, the author will send the files to the readers directly. Okay, so this is where the author's email will be included in the follow-up emails in the event a reader needs the book resent. So this is the one that I use. I think this was number 2 in the past. It looks out of order from what I remember. So in this one here, basically, people, the readers with voracious readers, they tell the management, admin, whatever it is there, hey, I like this book, this book, this book, and this book. And then the admin, they send an email to me, and it's just one email per person who's interested in my book that says the following person is interested in receiving a copy of Blood of the Lily. And it gives you the names, first name, last name, and email address. And underneath that, it has all the verbiage saying this is what the reader agreed to, basically stating that the reader knows that they agreed to be added to my email newsletter list. So they know that they're coming. Now, that means that every time I get that email, I have to get on my computer and get them added to I have to, manually add them to my email list. And, and I add them to the automation sequence so they can start. And I try to do that if I'm able to, as soon as I can. So if these are emails that come through during the day, I'm usually on my computer. I try to do it right then. But sometimes it's like Saturday night and I get some emails, and you will get the most of them Friday and Saturday night. That's where most of them come in. Well, you'll get a whole lot Friday morning too. And I think those are like people that are on the opposite side of the planet from me. Or just later in the day. And it's like, sorry, I really don't want to go grab my computer. And I've tried to do it from my phone, and my phone won't do it. I have a cheap phone. But so you have to go do it. So that's the best way. That's how you get them on your email list. So I got those 18 subscribers on my email list. And I think even 6 months later, I still had 16 of those 18 subscribers. So only 2 fell off. So that they tend to stick around. This one, I get people sticking around. And again, some of this is down to you interacting with them and how do you make them feel welcome into your community and as a reader. And number 2 is directs readers to a download link like Story Origin. This will not get you your readers on your email list unless you have, and they put like book funnel here. So direct readers to a landing page, you choose this option. So this could be the reader magnet link. But if you have a reader magnet link, that costs money, right? To get that access on BookFunnel and on Story Origin, you have to pay for that. So we're still looking at the free tier. At the free tier, for here free, you would send them to the direct download link on Story Origin or BookFunnel. In that case, you don't know who's downloading it. You can probably see statistics on how many are clicking on it. You do in Story Origin. I think they probably have it in BookFunnel, but I haven't looked for it. But you don't know who's getting your copy, and so you don't have any access to them. They're not on your email newsletter list. And then the last one is that you give the file to voracious readers only. And when the reader is interested, then voracious readers only, they give the file to the reader. Now you don't have any idea. You don't even have any tracking data on who is downloading your link, the link for your book, or downloading your book from the link. So number 1, that's one you're going to want to do. That's the one that gives you the email addresses, and the readers know that there are saying yes to being signed up on your list. And it's very possible that I get fewer people interested in my book because they are basically signing up on my newsletter list, which, to get this free book. And some of these free things I talk about with your books and your reader magnets and stuff like that, review copies, you do have to be careful that you're not violating any terms for any of the retailer platforms that you're on. And the biggest one, of course, is Amazon. If your book's in Kindle Unlimited, there are things you can't do with your book if you're trying to use it for like a group promo and you're giving it away for free or whatever to get a newsletter sign up. You can't do that. But here, it's very gray how Amazon puts their terms, but I've gone over it. And I think voracious readers, they had something on it at one time. I don't remember where, because they're connecting you to the readers. You're not requesting that the readers have to leave a review, but it was in the hopes that they might leave a review. that meets the terms of service for Amazon. So I've been able to use this the entire time, even though my book was in Kindle Unlimited for many months of my time of being part of Voracious Readers Only. I do now pay for this. I'll talk about that in the paid ones. So these are my most active subscribers. They come from VRO, the Voracious Readers Only. They're my most active. They're the ones that communicate with me the most. I am connected with them more than probably with most of my other subscribers on my email list. And and active, as in the click-through rates are good, and they interact with most everything that I send. They're some of my first ones who open my newsletter list. So yeah, this is my number one strategy, number one free strategy. Every author should do this. If you have a full novel that you are, or if it's not even a novel, even if it's a short story that you plan on publishing, it can be a short story, I believe. If something you're going to publish on a retailer platform, you can use this service. I think they say novel in there. You'd have to look into that. But yeah, if you have a full novel that you are going to publish, or you are publishing on a platform that you would like to get reviews on, this is something you should do, hands down, every time. And again, the way that these readers interact with you in your newsletter list, it can come down to how you interact with them. So it's good to have a good automation sequence, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. All right. So number 2 is post a sign-up sheet everywhere and or get active in groups to call for readers to sign up. I did this one before paying for Story Origin. Before I hustled. So I had a Google form. It was a sign-up sheet basically. And I went to like every single Facebook group I could find that had reviewers for YA fantasy. And I posted that Google link. I got kicked out of some groups because I didn't realize you weren't supposed to post a link. Like, you were there. You could say, hey, I'm looking for reviewers, but you weren't allowed to post a link. And I was like, well, how else would I get their information? And I guess I was supposed to be DM, but I didn't really understand DM, because if you remember at the beginning, very, 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 very beginning of this class today, if you were here, I had not used social media in 10 years. I had no idea how this stuff worked. And so I got kicked out of a couple of groups, but I hustled. I had 50 people sign up on my ARC team for review copy. And of the 50, I had 22 who left reviews. So yeah, that wasn't all for Facebook though. That was from other places too. But yeah, I hustled. I put it out. I put it on YouTube. I put it out on my personal Facebook page, which I hadn't touched in like 10 years. I think it was a little bit sooner than that, because I think I put wedding photos up when I got. No, that would have been over 10 years. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So, but I did this one. I hustled, and this is a free strategy. This is a way to get people to, review your book. And, this is when you put together your form to ask for people to sign up on your ARC team, you want to make sure that you include language that, like, hey, do you want to be added to my newsletter list? It could be simple as that, but there is language that you can include that makes sure that you are GDPR compliant and can spam compliant. You can put all those things, and the language is the verbiage is kind of the same if you just look for it. So that way you can get these people signed up onto your newsletter list as they sign up for this review copy. And again, like I said, I did this for I hustled for my ARC team. So that was before the book came out. I did not hustle as much after, but that sign up link was still in lots of places. I still have people using that link to sign up for a review copy. And I thought I've shut it off everywhere, but I haven't yet. I guess I've missed a few places or taken it out in a few places. I don't want to shut it off. If I actually shut it off, maybe I might lose them. What I've done is where I've posted, I've gone and replaced it with the actual like review copy link. So that's what I've tried to do, but I still miss it because every now and then, like I said, I think I've had one in the last 6 months who signed up for review copy for Blood of the Lily, and I reached out to them and they didn't respond. So, it may or may not work. But 2 paid strategies under this one with a review copy. Voracious Readers Only. I just talked about how you have your 1 free trial and then it becomes a paid plan. And so after your initial giveaway, you can continue with them. It's $30 a month. Now, when I first continued with them, it was $20 a month. And honestly, the way I loved how they did it before. I wasn't keen on it changing to $30 a month, but the way they did it before was $20 a month or 50 cents a subscriber. So if you only got 10 subscribers, then you only paid $5 a month. So they would charge you at the beginning of the month, the $20, and whatever, if you didn't get enough subscribers to hit that $20 mark, then they refunded you the money. It would never go more than $20. So I really love that model. I think, it didn't happen very often, but I'd probably say in the year and a half that I was at that price point, I think I had 3 or 4 months where I paid like $18 or $18.50 instead of $20. But I think that the reason why they raise their price is because they are building their subscriber base, their own subscriber base of readers. Because I told myself, in the email that they sent me to say, hey, we're raising our prices to $30 a month, but you're grandfathered in for the next year under the old plan. But then after 1 year, we will change you to the $30. And I thought, well, when they change me $30, I'm going to stop, because $30 I thought was too much, especially for the number of subscribers I was getting, even though they're really good subscribers. But at the year mark, a year later, they didn't start charging me $30. I didn't actually get charged $30 until the last month. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and, stop Voracious Readers Only, because I can take that $30 and I can go to like Book Sirens to get book reviews there. You pay for access. So like Book Sirens, you put your book up there, and if someone wants your book, they can download it. And so every time someone downloads your book, you pay like a certain amount of money. I think it's $2 or something like that. And you can say it's limited at 15 people a month. So there's my $30. So I can use my $30 somewhere else and tap into a pool of readers that I have not had access to before. So that was my thinking, what I was going to do. But I'm not doing that anymore, because I actually went and looked. So over the last month that I was paying $30, I actually got 48 subscribers, and that puts it right about 63 cents per subscriber, which is not bad. I don't know if I said it. I feel like I should have said it, but I don't know if I did. When I talked about, having ads to, on Facebook ads to get readers to subscribe to your newsletter list to get a reader magnet, they say, I've heard different things, but they say if it's $1 or less per subscriber, that's good. And so that's what I kind of have in the back of my head when I was like, oh, well, I'm only paying 63 cents per subscriber. And they're the best subscribers I have. They're the most interactive. They help my click rate. They help my open rate. I mean, as long as it can continue in that format, I think I might just keep it. So that's where I'm thinking at right now. All right. So number 2 is group review swaps, Story Origin, BookFunnel, Prolific Works, some other places that you can do group review swaps. So just as I talked about, like how you can do group promo or list swap promos on Story Origin and BookFunnel with your book, your reader magnet, right? In this case, if you're only having a review copy, then I don't know how it works on BookFunnel, Prolific Works, or these other websites. I've not used this feature anywhere else. I've only used it on Story Origin, but on Story Origin, you can do group promos as a review swap. Or, it's a review swap basically, but it looks like a group promo of all these books that you can, go click on. But when you click on it, it says you can get access to it if you sign up to the author's newsletter. So those are group review swaps there. So that's one way that you can do it. Now, this doesn't, wait, no, sorry, I said that wrong. It doesn't automatically sign them up on your newsletter list. So this gets them review access. I'll have to double check that one. So the thing is you have to, I feel that it's not automatic on Story Origin. I don't know if it is anywhere else, but the thing that I know that I've kind of failed on that I need to go back and do, because you can see everybody who's requested a review copy. You can't see their email address until they leave a review. And what I told myself, even up to a year ago, and I still haven't done it, is everybody on that list who's left a review on my first book, I should go email them, because now I can see their email address and ask them if they want to be part of my newsletter subscriber base, and ask them if they would like the next book in the series to review. So yeah, so this may not be automatic on Story Origin. I don't know how it works on other platforms, but this is another way that you can find people. Now, if it is not automatic where they just get put onto your review list, then you don't see their email address until they actually review. And I think it's they get signed up on your email list, because I think everybody that's on my review list are people who've come from outside of Story Origin. Most of them are. And the rate of review is pretty much the same, where it's, that 10% rule. And I've done both of these. Yeah, I have. Voracious Readers Only, trial period, post sign-up sheet everywhere. So that's also free. Then you have Voracious Readers Only, which is paid, and your group review swaps, which you pay for. I suppose there could be group review swaps that are free, the same way that there's group promo swaps that are free. But I've never seen anything like that, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. So anything and everything that I'm saying here get creative. Find ways that you can do it in a different way, whether it's, take something that's done that's free that you can make it, or something that's done that's paid that you can make it free, or, however you want to. And I think you could probably do a group review swap that is free if you found a bunch of authors in your genre and you're trying to, sign up for each other's lists to give away review copies. I feel that would be harder to sell, especially if it's like a review swap promo that's just out there, hanging out there for everybody, and not just your list and all the authors' lists. But if it's like, you promote it on social media and stuff like that, now you're not only asking the reader to sign up to your email list, you're asking them to leave a review on your book. So you're kind of asking them to do two things with that. So it may not be as effective. But I don't know. Never done it before. Author level 4. Last one, guys, for the author levels. This is when your reader magnet is a full novel. And some of these can be done with a short story and a novella. I would say novella could fall into these a little bit easier than a short story. And that's just because most people who are doing, if you're working with people to do group promos and things like that, they often want a lengthy work. But some will say that short stories are fine. So 3 strategies with 1 free strategy and 1 paid strategy. That does not equal 3. That is 2. But I think it's 3. I think I forgot to change the number. 1 free strategies. Post a sign-up sheet everywhere and or get active in groups and to call for readers to sign up. So same thing as like I was saying when you do, if you're looking for reviewers, like I hustled to find reviewers and I asked if I could add them to my email list. You would just be doing the same thing. You have a sign-up sheet for your reader magnet, and free level means that you're not using a platform to deliver that reader magnet. So you're not, you might have the direct download link that you can use, but you're getting their email address before you give them that direct download link. So this is, again, you have to integrate with people, talk to people, talk to groups, and you can do this. You can do this online. You can do this in your community, however you feel this would work best. I do remember for my first book, I asked a couple of the ladies in my neighborhood if they'd like to review it and be part of my ARC team. And both of them said yes, and I gave them my book, and they didn't do it. And then it was like a year later, one of them decided she wanted to be a writer, and she was going to school to get her MFA. And she was like, yeah, there's a girl in my class. She asked me to be an ARC reviewer. I was like, I never knew what that was. And I get to be an ARC reviewer for her book. And I'm like, well, that's what I asked you to do. She's like, oh. It's like, so, sometimes they don't understand the terms. If they're not in that world, they don't understand what an ARC reviewer is. But yeah. I've done this one, but only a couple times. Future strategy. Yeah. This is something I want to do in the future for sure. That's why I got King Sumo. 2 paid strategies. So here's the 2. You have the 1 and the 2. It's actually 3. So advertisements, again, you can do advertisements just like, the Facebook advertisements to your reader, a full reader magnet. If you can do it for, a short reader magnet or your first 3 chapters, you can definitely do it for your full novel. And then there's the giveaways. Is that order? Here we go. So giveaways is like Story Origin and other similar sites, including BookFunnel, Booksprout, those prolific works, that kind of stuff. King Sumo, to do like your giveaways. I showed that screen with King Sumo, and that includes things like Rafflecopter and other sites that do giveaways. And of course, you can do your own on a Google form because I've seen that done before. And then there are a ton of companies who do this. And there's no way I could list all of them here. Some are better at it than others. Some I don't know as much about. So Reader Magnet is a full novel. I put VRO on here, versus readers only. So I guess in a sense, you're giving your reader away, or you're giving your reader magnet away to get them on your newsletter list, because it works as for getting reviewers and it works to get them on your list. You have SFF Book Bonanza, who does several different types of email or several different types of promos. And this is one of them where you give away a novel. I don't know the second one very well. Reign of Reads, I have used a lot. It's normally $47. I wanted to make sure I point this out. But if you get on their newsletter list, they always have a sale. And so it's only $27 if you have their newsletter list and you click on their link in their newsletter that they sent to you and pay $27 for it. And they, like some of these other ones, I think SFF Book Bonanza doesn't do it by like specific genre, because they're only, Dean is only sci-fi and fantasy. So I think everything's sci-fi and fantasy. It doesn't break it out. But we're like Aconite Cafe, they have cozy mystery builders, and then they have the everything that falls under speculative fiction. I saw mostly science fiction right now. But yeah, so they break it out by genre, and Raina Reads does. They're only science fiction and fantasy. And then when you click on the promos, you click on the fantasy ones. You're only in the fantasy section, but they still break out their promos by like Harry Potter fans, or if your book is like ACOTAR, or things like that, whatever the different things that people are familiar with. And if your book is like that, then you join that group promotion for that month. Book Queendom, I don't remember. I've never used them. Authors XP I've never used. Lit Ring I've never used, but I've heard of these ones. And there's just so many more of these that run book promotions all the time, where you give away a free book and you get newsletter subscribers. So the reason why I've not tried all of these is because my book has been in Kindle Unlimited for most of the time that it's been published. So it was published in November, and it just came out a couple weeks ago, and I took it out for like a month twice to join promotions throughout the time. I say it's a month, but to join promotions throughout the time that I've been trying to build my newsletter list. But the last one I did that for was last year in February. That was the last time I did one of these. So yeah, because at that point, that's when I was close to 7,000 subscribers, with a lot of them not, a huge portion of them not opening the emails and or interacting, engaging with the emails. And I thought, okay, I need to slow down. I need to figure out how to make this better. And that's why my email list is now pretty much sitting at 5,500. But when I have an email that I know that I want to make sure that it's, there's different reasons why I do it. But right now, since I've moved over to MailerLite, I have at times decided that I'm just going to pick my core of email followers that I know who pretty much open my email all the time. So I'll do that. And it's roughly between 1,800 and 2,200, depending on the month. So sometimes I send it to just them, but during my campaign for my Kickstarter, I sent it to everybody on my email newsletter list. But the people that I hadn't been sending newsletters to regularly, those who didn't open the emails, I sent basically a primer email to them to let them know, hey, by the way, here's where you found me. And I had lots of different email newsletter builders I've been part of. And so all of them, I had to know where all of them came from and write kind of slightly different emails for all of them. I was like, you came from me from here. You may not remember me. This is what I write. This is what I'm moving into. I'm about to do a Kickstarter, blah, blah, blah. You're welcome to unsubscribe if this is something that doesn't interest you. And I did have a huge amount unsubscribe. I think because that was around 3,000. And of those, I think 200 unsubscribed within like the first week. And then I had like another 50 unsubscribed trickling over the next couple weeks. And then as the Kickstarter was going, I had quite a few unsubscribes, which is, I say, that is normal to have a lot of unsubscribes during your Kickstarter, because you are trying to sell them something versus give them something. And that tends to kind of weed out your freebie seekers. And the ones that I saw that mostly unsubscribed were those that were from that part of the email list that I knew didn't really interact with my email list. So I am slowly getting rid of those that aren't really there for me and my work. So, alrighty. But they do help. Using these book promotions can help you build your newsletter up and get some subscribers. But just to know that these may not be the best. Not all subscribers are made the same. These are probably not the best subscribers when it comes to giving away something during a promotion, whether it's a book or a Kindle or whatever it is that you're giving away. And I haven't done the advertisements, which I've kind of said that before. But I've done this. I bet you that first one was supposed to come up with the first one, and the second one was supposed to come up with the second one, because I've done the giveaways. I've done all of those giveaways. Raina Reads. This is about Raina Reads here. So Raina Reads is also a book promotion company. So if you've done any book promos, if you're sci-fi or fantasy, you might recognize them. It's like a Fussy Librarian or an e-reader news today. You can, your book go on sale, or it's going to be free for this one day, and you can, schedule a day with the Fussy Librarian or whatever. You can promo stack, and these are companies you choose to send out your book to their newsletter list. Well, they have their own newsletter list that they split up between fantasy and science fiction. So, so you can, every month you can choose to do a promotion with them on certain days. That's just promoting your on sale or free book that's online. But then you can also do these book promos with them to help authors build their newsletter. I really like this site. If you write science fiction or fantasy, I think they're a good one to use. I've never had any issues other than just the normal issues that you would have from readers signing up for a freebie or, getting something free. And through Rain of Reads, I've added over 5,000 subscribers. Now they're the ones that host it, the big giveaway. And that was back in, I think it started in February. And that was last year. So I got 5,500 subscribers from just that one giveaway. So this really should be a higher number because I've gotten, I don't know, at least another 800 to 1,000 subscribers from the other giveaways I've done with them while my book was still out of Kindle Unlimited. And the power of networking. Yep. And that speaks to that one big promotion. I just so happened to be networking with somebody who was doing a big promo to he wanted to do this big promo to push a promotion he was doing. And I was in talks with him, networking with different things when this came up. And I was in the right time in the right place and just networking. I was just talking, you talk with people. So, all right. I don't know why I put this in here. Well, that one thing, that's where the April 2022, it started in February and ended in April. That was the book promotion. And it started in February, but we didn't get the subscribers because the promotion ran for that whole time. We didn't get the subscriber list until April. And so that's when I added all those subscribers. All right. Just as a recap, post sign up sheet everywhere with your reader magnet. Advertisements can help to, especially on Facebook. Giveaways. Giveaways was the end. Okay, but what if you don't have a reader magnet, but you have a published book? What can you do? You can still do some of the giveaways if you list your book as free. It just depends on how long the giveaway. If it's in Kindle Unlimited, then you can only do a giveaway if it's a link to your book on Amazon. So you can't actually have the physical book. Like you cannot, not physical, but you can't yourself give the link to a file for your book to somebody in a giveaway if it's in Kindle Unlimited. So you want to be careful with that. But you can do a lot of these other things if you are taking advantage of your 5 free days. Or if you're not in Kindle Unlimited and you just have your book as listed as free, you can do a lot of these. But what if it's not free, but it's on sale? You can do group newsletter swaps through Store Origin on UBLs. Those are the universal book links, which are the links directly to your book's sales page. There are group promotions for that. There's even newsletter swaps, individual newsletter swaps with other authors with UBLs. I actually just approved one today. There was an author reached out to me who wanted to do a UBL newsletter swap. I think it was next month. But yeah, so you can do that. And you could do newsletter swaps with other authors. That's kind of what I just talked about. Some of the companies mentioned also will do a newsletter builder for books on sale. So a lot of them, the companies who do the newsletter builders for books, it's usually you're giving away a free book, not one that's on sale. That's usually what I find. But occasionally you have some that will do something different. But Dean Wilson with SFF Bonanza, he always has a form you can sign up on if your book's on sale. I don't know why they did that. Okay. So, oh yeah, that's what this is. And I looked at that too. It's still the same price. That's an older one. I looked at the June 2023. So he says, yeah, I've not tried this one, but Dean says that this could help with sales and also bots, which helps your book get found more, like on Amazon, organically in the right genres. This one just costs a little bit more because you're not giving away a book. You are redirecting people to a book on a retailer platform, basically. So this one costs $50. He suggests a promotion of 99 cents, but can do full price. So you don't even have to have your book on sale. You can just do this to generate some traffic to your book. And the good thing is even if they don't buy it, right, generating that traffic, if people go and look at your book on that link and they like to read books in your genre, then, Amazon's algorithm, they're picking that up. They're seeing, oh, well, they like science fiction and fantasy, or they like science fiction space opera. They're looking at this science fiction space opera book. They didn't buy it, but maybe we'll show it to them again, or, sometimes show them other science fiction opera books, space opera books. But that could help with the algorithm picking up who your right reader is. All right, questions. I feel like there was a lot. Where are we at? Oh my gosh, we're almost at 3 hours and I haven't even got to automation sequences yet, which is where I want to go next. Is this way too much information for all y'all? Okay. So, hi, Vanessa. How are you doing? Thank you for coming. We're talking about building author newsletters. And Raquel, hello. It's all great information. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me talk. For those who've been here the whole time, that's 3 hours. I do not blame you if you want to walk away and be like, oh, I'll catch the rest later. LOL, I warn folks about books 2 and 3 in my Glass Quarter series all the time that you may not be happy with the next one. it just gets darker. But, Shattered is kind of dark. So, I wouldn't be completely surprised if it got darker. Where like my first book is very happy and sweet. And it doesn't end on happy and sweet. All right, any questions? Here we go. So book funnel, story origin, free options will allow me to make my reader magnet available, but not connected to my newsletter provider. So no. So again, I haven't used book funnel very much, so I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I know exactly what it looks like on story origin. On story origin, you make separate links. So you have a link that goes to a reader magnet for, say, book 1. You have a link that goes to a direct download link for all the files for book 1. You have a link that goes to the beta copy for book 1. You have a book that goes to the review copy for book 1. I wish it was a little more integrated, but I honestly wouldn't even know how to do that. But everything that you can do with your book on story origin gets its own link. So review copy is different from beta copy, which is different from direct download, which is different from, I said review copy twice. There's another one. Your UBL. So of course that would make sense. It would be your UBL would be a different link. So it's 4 different links you get for each book you put up there. If you choose to make all links, you can choose which links you want, unless you're on the free program, on the free tier. If you're on the free tier, the only link you can get is a direct download link. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Outside of other fiction authors, that was from last time. So there was no other questions besides that one that I have seen. I already planned to go back and watch sections. Oh, no, it's great. Thanks, Lisanda. That makes me feel better. So I'm just talking. I'm like, wow, I thought I was going to be done in 3 hours. That I told my husband I should be done around 5, and it's 6 minutes to 5, and I still have to go through automation sequences. Although, to be honest, the automation sequence part is shorter than everything else I've put together here. I wanted to make it longer, but I felt like it was getting too long at that point. So I should have known that it was getting too long. The book that I have written, the companion guide for this masterclass, goes into a lot of detail for all of this and the sequences as well. And I show a lot more examples in the automation sequence in the book. If you're interested in getting the book, you can sign up for a beta, or if you're interested in just reading the book, there's a beta copy access down below. It is on Story Origin, so you do have to have a Story Origin account. It's free to make one as a reader. And then you request, you hit that link and it goes to the request page for the book for it. The name for it, the companion guide to the author newsletter masterclass, that is not going to be the official title for it when I do publish it, because I am trying to write it for an audience that's not seen this masterclass, but it's going to have more information in than everything I'm doing here. But I do have one that I've already given away to Deidre, and I know I have another one coming up. Do you know if Story Origin will link to Flowdesk? I know BookFunnel doesn't, at least not directly. I don't directly recall. I mean, I can somewhat see all the things, all the different providers they accept. I'm pretty certain they accept author.email, which is a very brand new author newsletter provider put together by Nick Thacker, who is just took over a division in Drafted Digital. He put it together with someone else. I don't remember the other name. And I tried it briefly and did not like it. Got right back out of it. That's why I was not up on the list of email providers up here. But I do know that they are working on getting, it's still in beta phase anyways. But they're working to get all the bugs out of it. And it's probably going to be awesome. And I saw that you could directly integrate author.email with Story Origin, I'm pretty sure. So if they could do that, they probably can do Flowdesk, but I don't know. We do not mind long. We love all the knowledge being dropped. Yeah, well, and people have been asking me to do this, and I was like, man, this is going to be like a lot. This is going to be a lot of videos. I'm like, I don't have time for videos. I'll do this live, but that means lots of lives. I'm like, I'm just going to do it all in once. That's it. And I'll write a book, and that way everything I miss can be in the book for people. So, all right, let's do this, because I am pretty certain that we have another drawing. Now, do we need a break first? We kind of braked. We can break while we do. Second live giveaway. I'll hold on a minute or two for the second live giveaway. If you want to enter the giveaway, which is you'll get a free copy of my work in progress book. So it may not be the actual book that gets published later, because I'm going to run it through beta readers first. But if you want a free copy of my work in progress book, go down below in the description box and fill out the Q&A form. I don't think it's called Q&A form down there, but it's basically Q&A because I'm asking you to give me one question you have about email newsletters. And it's kind of like required that you give me a question because I do want to use some of that to possibly, you know, enhance the book as I continue writing it. Any questions that you guys may have. So OG copy. Yes, the OG copy. Yeah. I'm pretty certain that stuff is not going to be taken out of it. I think it's, yeah. Okay, so we'll be on a break right now. I'll give you guys time to fill it out, go stretch. Actually, let me go get some more water real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I said it was going to be real quick. It's right over there. My water is. So. Yay. So this is the second live giveaway. We'll do one more toward the end or at the end. And then there will be a fourth giveaway. It just won't be live. And if you enter it now, you're entered for all of it. So if you don't win while we're live, you still have a chance to live. You still have a chance to win after the live is over. I'm waiting 72 hours before I draw the next name. That way it gives people a chance to come in here and view it for those who could not make the live presentation. So, but of course, everybody who's on now has a better chance of winning versus later. There was only 3 people who had entered the first live giveaway. So everybody had a 33% chance of winning. The giveaway is for the OG work in progress of the companion guide to this class. And it has, it's work in progress, but for what? So it is a nonfiction book that has everything I'm talking about right now, but more information involved. Some of it may be basic information for those of you who have, you've been doing this for a little bit, because I go into like, I give information for a couple of different places you can go to get a good cover for cheap price. You may already have that information. I break down some of the things I've pointed out throughout the class today. Like, okay, I'm not going to go into detail on this one, but it's in detail in the book. That's the book I'm talking about. So that's what the giveaway is for, that book. There's a lot more detail. There is more information. And I also cite all of my sources. So everything that I have numbers and statistics for, or I remember where I got the information from, because I have stuff written down, like actual conferences and lectures and people who said things and stuff like that. I have all of those sources in there. So if you ever want to be like, hey, because there was a class by Brian Cohen that I went to that I think he gives that same class a couple times a year. And so like, if you see that class, you're like, hey, I should go to that class and see if I learn anything new about this. If you want more information, that kind of stuff. So there's sources and resources and stuff like that in there. Alrighty, let me go do the giveaway. We now have 10 people on there, of course, but one's already won, so 9 people. So what is that? Like a little more than a 10% chance that you could win. All right, and random number generator. I'm just going to generate a number. Okay, I hit the button and it didn't go. All right, got a number, and it belongs to Richard. I don't even know if he's still here because it's getting late. Oh, wrong button. Here we go. Yay. Oh, that's still the wrong button. I'm like looking at the live on YouTube. I'm like, no, that's not where I need to be. Yeah, I think he left already. It's 5 o'clock for me, and I think he's 6 hours ahead. That's 11 o'clock. I mean, he is kind of a late person, but gosh, I mean, for y'all who have been here from the very beginning, this is a long. I'm getting tired. This is a long class. Oh, well, I hadn't thought about that, Miss Page. Will you be putting together an on-demand course with a slide deck at some point in the future? I mean, this is living on my YouTube channel, so I would feel bad charging for this, at least this right here. If I made this course more robust, if I included like all the things I'm including in the book, then maybe. Alrighty. Well, I would say we're almost done. I've got the automation sequences. That's what's coming up next. Again, I didn't really put as much on these slides because I already felt like this was getting long by the time I got there, but I did want to talk about automation sequences and give you an idea of what I do. So if you guys are ready, we will go ahead and jump into it. Okay, what to do when a newsletter, or I don't know why that thing came up over the top of it. What to do when someone subscribes to your newsletter? Well, your welcome email should already be set up if you followed what I was talking about from the very beginning. So that goes out automatically. So that is what should happen. If you do not have your welcome email set up already, then you want to send an email to those who sign up to your newsletter. You want to welcome them in. Just be yourself and be as welcoming as you can be, because this sets up what your relationship might be with that reader. And you never know if you'll ever make a super fan out of somebody. The best thing I can say here is find some of your favorite authors, look up their newsletters and look for their newsletters and sign up for it, see what they're doing. My very first newsletter was modeled almost exactly off of Sarah Cannon's, except for it had my information, not her information. And for a long time, I felt like it wasn't genuine. I modeled it that way because she is so warm in her welcome email and it fits her personality. It fits exactly who I see on her YouTube channel. And so I wanted to have that same aura or vibe. And I realized it's not really me. It's not genuine to me. Not that I don't want to be warm. I do, but it's not how I see myself, I guess. Like I would like to be, but I don't really see myself, not to the level that she is at. So it took me time to develop it, and it'll probably take you time too. So don't let the fact that you don't know what to say or you're not sure what's being actual genuine to you stop you from making this email, because you have to welcome them. Even if you just say, hey, welcome to my newsletter, I'm glad you're here. It could be something as simple as that, something to acknowledge that they are there. You want to acknowledge them. Tip number 1, stay subscribed. Yeah, stay subscribed to your favorite authors to see what else they send to you, to give you ideas of what you could do for your future newsletters. And I especially love those who have like email sequences. I can usually tell if it's a sequence because I like to see what do they include in their email sequence. Like I had modeled some of my stuff off of Sarah Cannon, but as soon as I found Andrea Pearson's email sequence, I loved how she did her email. And so a lot of my email sequences are now built off of the way she did hers. And that was just lining up to her email and seeing what she was doing. And then, of course, after your email sequence is over, what should you send? And you can get a lot of good ideas from writers. Yeah, welcome email goes out automatically. What should be in that welcome email? What I mentioned already. And if you promise a freebie, you want to make sure that the freebie is included in your welcome email. So that's usually a direct download link of some type. Wherever that home is for your freebie, it's linked to that freebie. So that's what you're going to do. Tip number 2, tell your readers how to whitelist you. So I modeled this, I think, directly off of Andrea Pearson, but it used to be off of Sarah Cannon's, or it could be a mishmash of the two of them. I don't really remember. But basically, it's, if you're giving them something free, you can say, hey, if you want to make sure, you get my emails with your free books, whitelist my email address. I have lots of free, not lots, but I have a few free things that I give to my email list. If you don't have anything free, then you can say, hey, to ensure my email gets to you, you want to whitelist my email address. To do that, click here for instructions or reply to this email, because replying to the email sends to the provider that you are reputable, that you are good. And then when it comes to Gmail, there is this little quote, that thing down there, Gmail will put unrecognized emails into promotions and social tabs. And so if you want to make sure you end up in their inbox, because a promotion social tab, if your email gets put there, it means it's not as important, and you could start losing some of your reputation as an email sender. So, you can ask them. You can't make them do any of this stuff, but you can ask them to do it. And I would. It's no harm in asking them. Tip number 3, make it clear to your readers that they can reach out to you anytime with questions. And so on my welcome email, at the very bottom, I just say, if you have any questions, please reach out to me. Or if you just want to talk about my work, or I don't think I say work, I think if you want to talk about writing or reading or books or something. I don't remember what I say, but I have something about books. Maybe it's my books. I don't know. But I have, and I say, send me an email anytime. So, and I do have readers who reach out to me and they send me emails. So it's really cool. I think it's really cool because sending a newsletter out feels like it's just going out to the void. You don't know what's really happening with it. But when readers respond, you're like, people are getting my email and they like to respond. So, okay, what's next? Set up an automation sequence. It's helpful if you set this up from the beginning, but depending on which platform you go with, like for instance, when I went with MailChimp, there was no automation sequences. The only thing it automated was the welcome email. And because I wasn't really, I didn't know the platform very well. I didn't know how to use tags to set up an automation sequence. It took me a while to figure that out of playing around with it. So you may not be able to do this, but if you're able to, do it from the very beginning. If you set it up from the beginning, it's done. You don't have to go back and do it again. And yes, sometimes you have to go back and modify and update and do things like that, but you have the base there, which makes everything so much easier. So what is an automated sequence for those of you who may not know? This is a series of emails that are automated. So they automatically go to the readers. Even though the emails are automated, though, the readers will see it as a message, see your message as an attempt to reach out to them. So they see it as you trying to communicate with them and make a connection, which is the goal. You do want to make that connection, but you have to be able to automate parts of your author business or you'll never have time to do anything. So don't feel bad that you're automating it. You can have multiple automations running at the same time. I do, but it took me a long time to get there, even though I would say pretty much from, let's see, so I had my welcome email and then Story Origin came. I started using Story Origin like August, September. So I had a special email, welcome email for the Story Origin group. And then at the end of November, my Voracious Readers Only were coming in. So I had a special email for them. And now I think I have 5 permanent automation sequences. I still have 2 that are running from when I transferred my list over from MailChimp to MailerLite, because my automation sequence, my very last email goes out 6 months after they sign up. So it's going to be a while before they fall out of that automatic automation. Multiple emails in one sequence with each looking at their own newsletter. Looking like each of their. So again, this is saying what is an automation sequence. So these are multiple emails that go into a sequence and each of them look like their own newsletter. Like you're sending out a special email to that reader but they follow each other in the order that you put them. I meant to change it to them, but in the order that you put them, it goes in the order that you put them. And at the beginning, you'll probably choose timed triggers. So the way that readers get that next email in the sequence is based off of a trigger. And the trigger it's nothing more than like a rule you set up inside of your email platform. So you can say, hey, the rule is if they come to me from Voracious Readers, they get this welcome email. If they come from me, so I'm the Voracious Readers. But what if that reader came to you from your newsletter, from your landing page? So that reader's already on your newsletter list. So you don't want to send them a second welcome email. So what you might have at the beginning of your sequence is if the reader does not belong to any of these groups, or you could say it's a little different in different platforms. So in MailerLite, I think it is something along the lines of the rule is if they are part of these groups, yes, they do this, and no, they don't do this, or they do this over here. So if they are part of all these groups, so if they're already on my newsletter list, then it's yes, they're already on my newsletter list. They go into the yes stream of the sequence. And so that's a trigger. It triggered them to go into the yes side, where if they're not on my newsletter list already, it triggers them to go into the no side. So on the no side, they get my welcome email. On the yes side, they get the email with the link to the book. Because if they signed up on my newsletter list, they did not get my whole book as a freebie. I don't give away my first book as a freebie. It's only given as a review copy and as a review copy. So if they come to me through Voracious Readers, now it's a review copy I'm giving them so that I give them the link for the review copy. And then pretty much the rest of the emails are kind of the same. I modify the language for like they've been there already because they've already been on my newsletter list. So I don't have to reintroduce who I am and what, my family setup and structure, because I just talk about my husband, I talk about my kiddo. Do I talk about my kiddo? I think I do. I know I talk about my cats, but so I include a lot of personal information in the first couple of emails, and they don't need all that again, but I do need to remind them that, hey, you got this review copy. Don't forget, if you didn't download it, here it is again, that kind of stuff. And I'm going to show you that in my email sequence when we get to there. But to start with, sorry, I got all deep on you guys there. To start with, your triggers are probably going to be timed. And what time means is they signed up to your newsletter from your landing page, for instance. I'm just picking one. They could be storage, and it could be versus readers only. It could be any other of these other things that you might do. But say it's coming from your landing page. So right away, they get the email, the welcome sequence. Your next email that gets sent to them, you time it on a trigger, and that is 2 days later, they get the next email. And then 3 days later, they get the next email. And then a week later, they get the next email. So that's a timed trigger. You're saying so many days later, they get the next part in the sequence, which is the next email newsletter. Okay. While it takes time and effort to write these emails, I've kind of said this already in the beginning, once you have them done, you can mostly forget them. Again, you're going to want to go and tweak them. You're probably, if you're strategically thinking about how you can draw more and more readers into your email newsletter list, you're going to make multiple reader magnets and different kinds. You'll have reader magnets that are for cold readers, those who don't know you or your work, like the short story or the full novel or novella. They don't know you, so you're offering this for free. And then you're going to make other reader magnets that are for your warm readers. So they're not on your newsletter list, but they bought your first book. At the end of your first book, you've got a reader magnet. Hey, do you want to see another chapter between these two characters? Sign up to my newsletter list and you get this bonus chapter. That's a bonus chapter. So you wouldn't give that to a cold reader who doesn't know you, who's never read your book, because they're not going to be interested in a bonus chapter for a book they've never read. But you're going to build up all these different reader magnets, and each one is going, you'll be able to, just copy the language over from one to the other and update the sequences that you have. Okay. It's all right if your automation sequence evolves and grows as you grow and evolve. I kind of talked about that already. Okay. Set up an automation sequence. How many emails should be in each sequence? It depends on where you are at in your author journey, and it depends on what you have to offer. I mean, if you do not have anything to give away to your newsletter subscribers, you're going to have fewer emails, because part of the newsletter sequences are set up on delivering that freebie, whatever it is. And you do what feels right for you. However, I do have a guide for you depending on where you're at in your author journey. And so if you're at the very beginning and you have no reader magnet, so number one, that's your welcome email. One thing, this is a tip. I should put this as a tip. You want to do this, doesn't matter if you're where you're at in your author journey. I've kind of already said this. You want to include clickable links in every email, but most especially in your welcome email. Again, the clickable links sends a message that you are a reputable sender, that you're not spam. This is really good. This is good for your newsletter provider to see this. It's good for the subscribers' newsletter platform, whether it's Gmail or Hotmail, whatever it is, right? It means you are good to go. And this is most especially important in your welcome email, because if you remember back to the statistics at the beginning, if you were here at the beginning, 21% of people open your emails. That's the industry average, 21.73%. But industry average for that welcome email is 82%. You have the best chance to capture somebody to signal to their email and back to your provider, your platform where you have your email service set up, that you are a good person to send them an email. This is the best chance to do it. So you want to make sure you have something clickable. So if you say, well, I don't have anything to give them, what am I going to have them click on? Well, you should have your social links at the bottom of every page. So that is, wherever your readers can find you. If you want to include links to your writer platforms, you can as well. I don't have any platforms that are strictly for readers, except for TikTok. I do have some TikToks now, but I still haven't included that in my email yet. But right there, you have something to click on. But to be honest, those are at the bottom of your email. What I have found in my experience, I don't know if anybody else found this, I've never heard anyone say anything about it, was that usually my subscribers who click on my social links at the bottom of the email, they've already clicked all the other links in my email. So you can see this stuff in your email provider. You can see where people are clicking. And then you can see by subscriber who's clicking where. So those that click the first couple clicks, they kind of stop. And most of them stop about midway down the page, unless there's something that really draws their attention. And which I put my cross book promotions and newsletter swaps down at the bottom. And if you have really good graphics, you don't make those graphics. Usually your promotions group is making them, or it's a book cover from the person you're swapping with. So that makes it important which groups you actually join. You want to make sure they have graphics on their promotion that your newsletter is going to click on. And you'll know that from the behavior as you grow with your newsletter. You'll see what they tend to click on and what they don't click on, which graphics grab their attention and which ones don't. And you know which promotions you should join or which ones you shouldn't based off of the graphics that they're giving as the graphic for the group promotion. So otherwise, I see a lot of clicks, usually stop somewhere in the middle, unless the graphics are really good. And then I do see some, but I don't ever really see them, because I'll do 4 or 5 promotions and I don't see a lot of the clicks go past like the 4th promotion. Sometimes it's the 3rd. It kind of stops at the 3rd promotion. After that, they stop. They don't click anymore. So if you have your social buttons at the bottom, they may not click. And of course, if your welcome email is really short, then they may click. So one way you can get around this, though, is you can put it into the body of your email. You can welcome them to your email and say, hey, I share a lot about what I'm writing over on Instagram. Or, hey, I don't know if Joanne's still here because I know she's getting tired. She writes about bakery romance. Here's a recipe I really love. And it's just nothing. It's not a recipe that has anything to do with, you trying to give away something free. It's just a link to a recipe you love, and you can use that email to link it to what you write about. So you're giving insight into who you are as a writer, and you're being personal about it at the same time because you love baking or whatever it is you're sharing with them. So I often share pictures that I find online. That I really like that, embody something to do with what I'm writing about. I try to include the picture too. So like if you do like a link to a recipe, you might want to take like a screenshot of the food, or if you made it yourself, you can take a picture of it and say, hey, look, I just made this. Maybe I might have so-and-so character do this in the next scene. I mean, these are just ways that you can connect to your reader by showing them a part of you and what your love and passion is that connects to your writing. So hopefully that makes sense. And it gives them a clickable link to go click on in your welcome email when you don't have something, right? You can also think about a gift that you have that you can offer that may not have worked as a reader magnet. So this could be anything from, I don't have it here with me. Like I hand drew my map for my book that's out right now. I could show them a picture of the map I drew. I could just take a picture of it and show them a picture of it and then say, hey, would you like to download this map? And then, I can go put it on Google Drive and give them a link to Google Drive to download it. So that could be, it's a gift. You would couch it in the words, you'd use the words, we're writers. You have to think about how your words are going to come off to your readers. You don't want to say that here's a freebie. I don't think using the word free. Now, a lot of authors authors who teach classes about building your newsletter will say, here's your freebie. They'll say that. Those are the words they use. Here's your freebie. Well, I don't like using those words because to me that signifies, hey, you're a freebie seeker and you're looking for a freebie. So I would rather say, well, let's make this a positive reciprocal relationship. You've joined my newsletter list and here's something that is just for you because you signed up to be part of my community. So that's how I like to put it. I don't like to say freebie. I have used those words in the past, my email newsletters, and I didn't like them. I didn't like the way it made me feel. So I don't use those, but that is just totally on you. You can use whatever you feel is works for you. So, okay. Hopefully that made sense about the gift. Best to stick with an open social media accounts or serialized platforms or subscription platforms versus something free but exclusive like close. I don't know what this is for. I think this is out of order. It's supposed to be right here. Share. Okay. It covered up number 2. So we have number 2, number 3 at the same time. So number 2 is, this is the 3rd email that you send in sequence. Share a personal story. And you should send this 2 to 3 days later. So this is the time. So the timed emails trigger 2 to 3 days later. And what I would emphasize, and it kind of goes back with what I just said, but I don't know if I'm connecting it well, is that share a personal story. But this doesn't have to be, I get up every morning and I go running. It doesn't have to be that if it has nothing to do with what you're writing. I would do what you can to share a personal story that connects you to your writing. And I think I might have it up here in a little bit, but I don't know. I know that one of these, like I was talking about my first book and I asked them what was their favorite part. And I said, my favorite part was, writing the leprechaun because he's mean, but he's kind of funny. And I included something that really happened which is I went to my husband and I read several of the scenes of the leprechaun and told my husband, I think this is funny. And I read it to him and he said, I don't think that's that funny. I don't get it. And so I included that, I shared and bounced ideas off of my husband and he didn't think the leprechaun was as funny as I did. So it really happened. And it was something I could share that was about my story. So try to include something that's personal that connects you to your writing, whether it's your writing process or the actual story or whatever that it is that can make that connection. I think that's the best type of personal stuff to share, especially for people who don't want to share actual personal stuff with their audience. And that's why I said, I don't know if I mentioned my son, because I often don't. I always get a little cringy when I mention my son because he is underage. He is a young boy. I know there's really bad people out there. I know I've been exposed to them when I was little, that I don't want to put him. That's why I would never show him on the screen ever. I would not put his face on the screen until he's at the point that he can logically think through whether or not he wants to be on the camera or have his picture public. And I'm very, very set on that. Like we went to a place with trains that they could ride, and there was a photographer taking pictures that day for brochures, and they asked if they could take a picture of him. I said no. So I don't often say a whole lot of things about my son because I don't want the bad people out there to have thoughts about my son. So anyways, I just get very specific, very, very personal for me. You could talk about your kids, especially if you're writing books for kids. That might be something that comes into it. So I'll tell you from my experience, readers, subscribers, people in general, they love animals. And cats and dogs, there's definitely a divide, but they love cats and dogs. So if you have cats and dogs, you talk about what you have and how they sit next to you all day while you write. You're connecting it to your writing, and you're also talking about something personal. And you're talking about a dog because people love dogs. So yeah. Okay. Hopefully that made sense. Number 3, share one place online that your readers can find you, social media, and tell more of your story or a deeper story about you. So this is just getting a little more in depth. And I think what I did with this one, like I'm not in this sequence anymore because this was beginning and I don't remember what I did back then, but I kind of have similar stuff going on in the sequence I have now. And so what I talked about was how my first series, when I finished it, I realized I really wanted dragons in my stories. So again, it's personal. It's something I feel, but it's connected to my writing. And so I talked about me wanting more dragons in my stories. And I'll tell you more about that in the next email is what I said. And so in my next email, number 3, in this case, I said, hey, so this is what I did. This is how I decided to incorporate dragons into my story. So that is going more in depth on a story that is more personal about me, but it's connected to my writing. And this is where that pop-up came up when it says share one place online that your readers can find you, social media. And this is what I think this is important. It's best to stick with open social media accounts. What I mean, these are accounts that people can find just by Googling you, and they can follow you, like whatever it is that platform does. Or serialized platforms, like if you write and publish on Wattpad, fan fiction, these kind of things, or subscription platforms. Now, this is not an open platform, right? So serialized platforms are often open, not always, depending which one you're on. Sometimes some of them go behind paywalls, and it becomes a subscription platform at that point. So subscription platforms are like Patreon, Ko-fi, Ream. So I think it's best to stick with these ones. The subscription platform works because this is another place that they can get some updates, because like on Ream, you can have updates that anybody can see. They can follow you there. But if they want like special access to like your work in progress, then they can pay, for your tiers to get into your subscription platform. So these are the best ones I feel that you should say, hey, this is where else you can find me online. And I wouldn't include all of these. Pick one, because we don't like to have our attention divided. When we have too many choices, we often get, there's a word for it. We don't know which choice to make. So you pick one and go with it. Now you may say, you know what? I like to build up my Instagram followers. So you go with Instagram, but after a while you're like, I really want to build up my Facebook followers. Okay, go change your email sequence. You can change it from Instagram to Facebook. Now you're working on a different platform. And I suggest these instead of and versus something free, but exclusive, like a closed group on Facebook or a Discord group. And the reason why I suggest this is because at the beginning of your author career, right, you might have these things. And you invite people to come be part of it, be part of this exclusivity. Well, in the beginning, if you have 10 subscribers and 5 or 3 or 2 or just a small number of them take you up on it, well, now there's an interesting psychology in the way people think. It becomes their group. They're the OG, okay? So as people are added to your exclusive closed group later on, as you grow, you'll have this clique over here. They're the OG. They kind of stick to themselves, and you start getting separation. And if you don't want that to happen, I think having an exclusive closed group is an awesome idea. It's a great step for any author. But my suggestion would be wait until you've built your group up big enough that when you send out the invite for the exclusive group, you have enough people coming on that everybody feels like it's their group and not just one person's group or just one clique over here. It's not just their group. Anyways, that's the way I feel about it, and that's what I suggest. Oh yeah, and so the number 3, you send that 7 days after email 1. So you have your welcome email day 1. And I'm on the outside edge of this, to be honest. You share a personal story 2 to 3 days later. I do it 3 days later. Email number 3, 7 days after email 1. I actually do it 8 days later. Because that way it's a full week after they get the first welcome email. These numbers that I'm including, these are the numbers I've seen the most often from the classes, courses, conferences I've gone to. You can modify for whatever works for you. But if you like to have a guide to start by, this works because I did the same exact thing. I used all of this exactly as I came across it. Now, some of this language in here has changed. My personal thought about this is my opinion. I didn't get that from anybody. I've put things in here that I've learned along the way, but a lot of the beginning, format, I just learned from other people, and I used it until I modified it to what I felt worked for me. All right. Number 4, do a poll. At this point, whatever you do your poll on, you can choose it. But you want to choose a subject that you may want to use to segment your audience. And this comes down to an advanced technique of segmenting your audience. I kind of talked about it earlier when I talked about specificity of having different sign-up links for your reader magnet versus your landing page. That way you can see where your readers are coming from. There are some authors who really love to do like a big email, just a special email for each of their subscribers on their birthday. And they offer them, and this is a good way for your business, and I thought I should do this, but I haven't done it yet. Is that on their birthday, you get this huge, wonderful email, and then included in the email is a 10% off any book of your choice. And here's a coupon code. So they get this special discount, on one of your books, and it's a way that you might be able to make a sale. So it is, it works. And this would be really useful if you had a merch store too, because 10% off anything they want in your store, something like that. So you could do a poll. So the poll in this case could be, this wouldn't be a segment, but you could do a poll to ask, well, this wouldn't be a poll. You just ask them, when's their birthday? Some people put that as part of the sign-up process to the newsletter, but the more fields you have for subscribers to fill out, the more friction is entered. So I don't know, but so poll. So how would we do a poll here? Choose a subject you may want to use to segment your audience. So 10 to 14 days after email number 1. Now I put lots of examples of this in the nonfiction book that I wrote, and I can't remember a single one of them at the moment. But so you might want to segment. I got it. You write across genres. Like me, I'm not writing across genres anymore, but I have a YA fantasy, and now I'm moving into fantasy romance. I might do a poll that says, you could do a text poll, but have buttons on the page. This is better if you have buttons on the page. You could do a Google form, but you get very few people who go over and do the poll. If you're able to put buttons on the screen that they can just click one while they're in the email, that would be the best thing to do. You can say, hey, do you like YA fantasy, or do you like fantasy romance, or do you like both? So then they can choose. Now you can segment your audience. Like, these are the fantasy romance people. These are the YA fantasy people. That could become important. Like, say you decide in 1 month that my YA fantasy is going to be on sale that month, but not the fantasy romance. Well, to my YA fantasy segment and to my segment that likes YA fantasy and romance, I will send them an email saying, hey, it's on sale. You know what that does, right? You're not sending it to that other one who's not interested in it, which means you're not sending it to a group that probably won't open your email. Or if they do open your email, they probably won't click because they're not interested. So you are helping your own email reputation by segmenting your audience. Now, this is more advanced techniques. If you don't really understand it right now, don't worry about it. I did not understand it. I don't really have segments in my audience other than where they come from. I have wanted to do that, but it's not something I've tackled yet. And I think I would rather tackle it with a picture, because I heard this from an author on a podcast not too long ago where she had 2 different genres she was writing. So what she did, she found 2 book covers from authors in the genres she wrote in. And she wasn't giving away anything. She just put the 2 book covers in there, and she was like, hey, which one do you like better? And she looked at who clicked on which picture. And so the one who picked up, and I don't remember what the genres were, but the one who clicked on mystery, she segmented them as mystery. The one that clicked on the romance was segmented as romance. So that's another great way of doing it. But the reason why I say to do a poll on this one is just the engagement. Do an engagement with them. This is one way to do it. You don't have to choose a subject that you may want to use and that's why I say you may want to. This may be something you don't even use the information for anything for a long time, because I don't use some of the information I've collected because I'm still trying to learn everything and learn some of the advanced stuff. But I would just do a poll. This is nothing but purely for engagement. Which do you like better, cats or dogs? If you could put an animal into my next story, which one would you put? Hey, I write about mysteries, and I'm trying to decide if I should kill the baker or kill the police officer. Which one should I kill? You don't even have to take the advice of what they're saying, right? Or what their answers are. It's just a way to get them to engage with the email. Hopefully that makes sense. And number 5, just check in. This is the email that I sent. So this number 4, 10 to 14 days after. Again, I'm on the outside of that. I send it 15 days later. Okay. And then email number 5. So email number 5 would be the last one in the sequence for the beginner. You can have more, you can have fewer, whatever it is you want to do. It's all about trying to set up a certain pattern of communication between you and your reader, and to show that you want that connection with them. This just came up. This is not for email number 5. This is for email number 4. So when I send email number 4, which if you guys remember is this one right here. So besides having them do a poll, at the end of that email, and this is usually very short, the poll part is short. At the end of the email, I use the email to tell my subs that after this one, they'll only hear from me once or twice a month unless I have a new release. Now, I send my newsletter once a month. But there have been times when I'm like, I come across an author I'm networking with, or like, hey, we should like exchange each other's books. And like, I'm full that month. You know, I don't want to put another book on my email newsletter because I know that my audience will not go past a certain point. So then I'm not doing that author any service. I'm doing them a disservice by including them. So I'll be like, well, let me just, I can do a new email just for this one day, and I'll do it. So occasionally I do send out a second email a month. It's very rare, honestly, until I have a new release. And then I do usually ramp up my emails. And I do let my readers know ahead of time, hey, we're getting close to release. Or like for my Kickstarter, hey, we're getting ready for a Kickstarter. If you don't know what Kickstarter is, here it is. Here's what it's about. This is what I plan to do. And so they were prepared. But that's for email number 4. That's what I say. This is so that they know that this is what's about to happen. Okay. So they know that we're kind of done with this quick, short sequence of letters and a full month. It's pretty much like a half a month to almost 3 weeks in the month, depending on what your days are. And that from then on, they're not going to hear from you except for once every month. So that way they're prepared. I think that's very important to prepare them. And then email number 5. This is the one I send 6 months after that first email. This is a very, 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 very short email. I just check in, I ask how they've been doing. I give a very brief update of my overall goals. As part of my email sequence, my longer one, I have told my newsletter what my goals are overall in my life. And so I just want to check in with them, and I'll say, hey, this is what's going on or whatever. I keep it very simple and short. I always tell myself I'm going to go back and add more about my goals in the progress, but I always forget. But it doesn't matter. This one short little email 6 months later, it has a huge impact on I don't know why, on the subscribers, but they love this. They love this. And usually they'll respond to you because they're the only ones that are getting that email at the time. And it's almost like they can tell they're only one that's getting that email right then and there. So, so what I say here, I said, ask at least one question. Okay. So tip, ask at least one question in every email, except for maybe your welcome email, because, they may reply to you. So like, number 5, you're already asking how they've been doing. That's a question. You want to try and have open-ended questions. Most of the time, they're not going to respond to you, but you'll be surprised by how many do. And depending on the question, you'll be really surprised. And to be honest, I thought I found this one out on my own, asking a question. And then later on, I found out, no, this is something people have said that you should do. But I thought this was like something I just fell into. And what it was is that I was preparing to write the novel, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, the one that just had the Kickstarter for. And I knew my main character. I knew who she was. And I knew that I wanted her to, I don't want to give it away. I knew, oh Lord, I don't want to give it away. I asked the question to what type of this it should be. What was their favorite in novels they read? And oh my gosh, I got the most responses I ever got from my newsletter. Within like 3 hours, I had close to 50 emails in my inbox. And of course, I like to respond to all of them. And so when I asked them what was their favorite that they saw in different books, fantasy romance books and otherwise, I got all these answers. So then I consolidated the answers, and that gave me my email newsletter for the next month. And that newsletter, I actually had no idea what I wanted to say. And it was a very short email. I just said, hey, I'm working on my next book. I know I want to do this, but I don't know what to choose. What is your favorite of this that you see in your favorite books? What would you suggest? It was really quick. It was like 4 sentences, and tons of people responded. I took all those responses. I made a poll out of it. So my next month's email newsletter, I polled them. I said, hey, here's the responses that had more than one person say that this is what I should do. Which one do you think I should do? And take the poll. I happened to put that poll into a Google form, so I didn't get as many responses on it, but I did get a lot more responses on it than another poll I had done the same way. So, but it was a great way to figure out what my next email was going to be about. And of course, I couldn't tell them what I chose because it's a secret. That it is a twist in the story that all my readers say that they really love it, that they didn't expect it, like they knew something about it, but they had different ideas of what it was going to happen. And when that happened, they're like, that made sense. So I don't want to give it away. But yeah. So I was like, oh, readers, they love questions, especially if it's a question about their likes and dislikes. I have asked, hey, what have you read lately in fantasy romance that you could suggest to me? And, you'll find out some of your readers' taste, because I found out a lot of my readers really love urban fantasy romance, and I don't write urban fantasy romance. So I found out, oh, they're probably not going to like my epic fantasy romance. That was kind of a sad moment for me, but I still liked getting all of the suggestions for my readers. And I didn't tell them, oh, I don't read this, or I didn't, I just said, thank you so much. I'll have to look into it. So, yeah. All right. Any reader magnets. Wow. I really messed this up on my timing. I knew I was messing it up too, because I was like, wow, I was getting so tired. Okay. So this is if you have any reader magnet. Here's the sequence that you should do. This thing is going to be in the way. Can I get rid of it? Okay. So just going to put the first 3 up here. So email number 1, this is your welcome email. Same thing as last one. Include your freebie link. If you have other freebies, okay, that's for the next one. I know that's for number 2. Email number 2, check in about the freebie and share a personal story. Now, we already talked about sharing a personal story on number 2 in the previous one. Same thing, 2 to 3 days later. I'm on the outset. I send it 3 days later. I think I actually do this in number 3. Yeah, I do this in number 3. Pretty certain. So in email number 3, share one public place, or share one place online that your readers can find you, social media. I actually don't do social media anymore. I have now moved. If you have books published, this could be a good time to replace your social media with some of the accounts where having subscribers boosts your book sales, like BookBub. BookBub, once you hit, I don't remember the threshold. I think it's 500. Once you hit like 500 subscribe or followers is what they call it. Once you hit 500 followers, everybody who follows you, whenever you publish a new book and you link it to your profile on BookBub, it sends an automatic email blast out to all of your followers. So it's a great way. If you have followers on BookBub who are not your newsletter list, now they just got told about your book being out and available. So wonderful. When you hit 1,000, it's even bigger. I don't know what it is. I'm almost at 1,000. I think I'm like 928 or something right now. But I've been pushing the BookBub one now just for a couple months. But my book, I put BookBub right here. So because I'm getting close to that 1,000 mark, and there's just so much more you can do when you hit 1,000. And I don't recall what it is, but that's the next threshold. That's the last threshold as far as I know with BookBub. It's 1,000. But you have so much that happens for you then. So I put BookBub in there. I think Amazon is trying to emulate BookBub, so I think that's where I'm going to concentrate next after I reach my goal on BookBub. And then the other place you can try and grow your followers is on Goodreads, because if they follow you, whenever you publish something new, they're also going to be notified by Goodreads. So those are a good place. If you've got published books, it's a good place to also send them to, share that online about where they can find you. Of course, here you tell them more of your story or deeper story about you. If you have other freebies, this is a good time to share it with a note that it's only free and exclusive for your subscribers. I don't think I say free. pretty sure I don't use that. I think I say this is exclusive to my subscribers or something. I don't remember the words I use, but I'm pretty sure I've taken out free. I don't use freebies. I know I don't use freebies. I'm pretty sure I don't use free because I don't want them to think that they're getting free stuff for me. I think that sets up the wrong relationship. I won't go into that spiel again. Okay. Number 4, sell your book or your next book. Okay. So this is not, hey, here's my book, go buy it. That's not what this is. Okay. But that is your intention with this email. Again, this is if you have a book out or you have a book that is about to come out, which if you have a finished reader magnet, it's possible you may be getting ready to publish your first book. So what you want to do is you want to connect your book to you in a personal way. Okay. Include a review of your book. I have done that. Like, I had just included just my my trilogy is what I had included, but I included the box set as selling my next book. But when I started my Kickstarter campaign, I went and I added in that book, my second book as well, the second book, the next series, the book of the next series. I included that, and I included what one of my beta readers said about the book as a review. I say, hey, this is what, I think I actually included 2, maybe it's just 1. About what they said about that book. And I gave the link to the Kickstarter campaign, which means, of course, I'm going to have to go and change all those when everything's done. Now, my Kickstarter is done, but on my Kickstarter campaign page, there's a link that says, did you miss out? Go here. You just click the button and it takes you to Indiegogo, which is where it's at. And then remind them of any freebies and then how they connect to the book you're selling or your work in progress. I do go into a little more detail on this in the book, the companion guide to this. But I don't, there's more to this than what's here. I usually send this is, I think I send 15 days after. I think this is 15 days after. I know that the email 2 I send 3 days, email 3 I send at 8 days, email 4 I send at 15 days after. Then email number 5. This is where I share my big life dream goal, basically, which is that my husband and I, we've talked about this for years and years, that we would love to build our own house one day. We just can't settle on a state. So, and we are now in the last house we're going to live in before we build our house. And so we've really started talking about a lot more about where do we actually want to settle? Like which state do we want to be in? We talked about what it looks like. And, so this is something that we really have, and we would love to get to there. So I talk about that as a big life dream. That is very personal, but it's not like deeply personal, if that makes sense. So you share your big dream and how it connects to you as a writer and author. And so I connect it to, I think I connect it to, is it the next one? Okay. So I started talking about the dream in this one. And I connect it to what it means as a writer and author, meaning basically that, hopefully one day I'll make enough money that, we can have our dreams achieved. Of course, we're not just on my salary because I don't make anything, but, and we have stuff going on, but anything and everything that I can potentially get to, whatever level I could rise to in my career, would only help us to get there faster, to get the house that we want to build one day. And then you ask them what their dreams are. This whole thing really is to ask them what their dreams are, because that's what's going to connect. You're sharing your dream, but they're like, okay, big deal. So how do you connect to them? You ask them what their dreams are. And I've had many of them respond to me on this email. And this is roughly 22 days after email number 1. Number 6, there are 2 things that you can do here. So when first starting out, I suggest offering them a way to get a review copy of your published book. I kind of talked about this earlier. And I don't ever give away any of my first book for free. I do have the strategy in mind that when this series I'm working on is done, I will make the first book in my first series free. It will be a freebie for, it will be, well, I don't forget what they call it. It's freebie all the time. So, I do suggest, so here, if you're still at the beginning, but you kind of move past that beginning sequence that we were talking about before this one, and you have a book that's published, basically, then you could offer a review copy of your published book. And I used to do this. I used to offer the review copy of the book. Later, as you build up your reviews, you may want to start forming a street team. And this is what I have moved into now. I probably started this like 3 months ago. Before that, I was always asking if people wanted to review my book. And it's kind of, when you say, hey, by the way, I would love to offer you a complimentary copy of my first book in exchange for an honest review. And I maybe got one or 2 responses to that over a 6-month period. It was very little. I didn't get much from it. And I always thought I probably needed to change my language. I need to change something that would excite them. And I think part of it too, in my head, I always thought like, it's almost like I'm saying, hey, here's a free book. Would you like it? To review for me. And I don't know, it just never sat right with me. And it's probably why I was not able to sell this point. And then you could also set up an automation sequence with this one. If you send that email asking if they would like to a review copy of your published book, you could have 2 buttons on the page that says yes and no. And if they say no, then it goes to, email number 7. But if they say yes, they could still get email number 7, but now they also get this other email over here that provides them the direct download link or the review link to your book if you're using Story Origin or BookFunnel to house your review copies. So yeah, so you could do that. But now I use it to build up my street team. This is still, the language on this page is still a work in progress. I'm not happy with it. I also never really liked the word street team, so I'm trying to come up with a different name. And this is the method it tends to keep out freebie seekers. This is the main reason why I decided to go here, because it does keep out freebie seekers the way I set up this email. And I do show a copy of this email in the book as well, in the language that I'm using there to keep out freebie seekers. It's not like hey, you want to come join my review team or my street team and get all, and there are authors who do this. They say get free books for life. That's like the name of that's the subject line of their email. And when you go into it, they're basically trying to build up their street team, and you get all of their books free for life as long as you're on the street team. But you get a lot of freebie seekers. If you make it that easy to join and they get all your books for free, then, you may not get back from them what you need. And the street team, if you didn't know, is someone who your team goes out there and they tell the world how great your book is. So usually they've read your book, because that's why they get a copy of your book, so they can read it. And they can, if they like it, they go out there and they tell everyone, word of mouth, and they use their social media accounts to tell everyone how awesome it is and what they liked about it, so that you can have more sales when it goes live. This can be kind of combined with your art team, but street team they amp it up. So either way, you want to include links to book review sites for your book. And what I do here is I include the direct link to review my book on Amazon, the link for Goodreads, and the link for BookBub. So there is a way to do a direct link to your reviews on Amazon. The only issue is it is my Amazon.com account, and I could have readers who are from other countries, so it doesn't probably work as well for them. So, but I do provide the direct links there in this email that they can just, if they've already read the book, they can just click on it and go do it. Because in order to get onto my street team, they have to tell me that they've left a review on my first book. That's how they can get on my street team. So they have to, use that as evidence. They can say, hey, I left a review for you on Amazon. And if I go and I see it, hey, cool. And if they say they want to be on the street team, then I'll add them to the street team from there. So again, this is still a work in progress. That one is, but that's what I'm doing right now. This is roughly 29 days after. I have it set at 29 days after. I don't like that date either. So I think I'm going to move it out a little bit more, but I don't know yet. Email number 7, ask your sub to follow you someplace. Okay, so here is where I do BookBubs. Where did I do before? Because I don't have any social media. Oh, YouTube. I do YouTube. So I messed that up. Share one place online that your readers can find you, social media. That's email number 3. I tell them about YouTube, which is not the best because that is a writer-focused platform and not a reader-focused one. But I don't have a reader-focused platform, so that's what I'm using right now. So everything I said earlier about BookBub, that's here. This could be a social media platform, but I suggest either BookBub, Goodreads, or Amazon. Tell them why this is important, end with a poll for audience. But you know what you could do? You could do like BookBub in that first one, and then do Amazon in the other one, or Goodreads in the other one. You could switch them out. It does not have to be social media. But if you have, if you do have like a reader group, that really works well for people who are like on Facebook and they have reader groups on Facebook where they kind of pop in and chat with their readers every now and then. That would work really well. I don't have anything like that, so it doesn't work for me in that sense. I also use this email to my subs. After this email, they'll hear from me. So remember I told you this was email number 4 in the first sequence, where you say, hey, from now on, you'll hear from me once or twice a month unless I have a new release. This is where I tell them email number 7 is essentially the last one, followed by, I do put a poll in this one. It's very specific why I put a poll in this one. My poll asks them when they want to hear from me. there's 2 answers to click on: all the emails or just about new books and discounts. And believe it or not, since I've started doing this, I've had people hit just about new books and discounts. So it's interesting because you'll hear people say people don't sign up on your email list because they just for you to, sell your books to them, so that when you tell them about new books and discounts, you're selling your book to them. But I've had people who have pushed on that button just about new books and discounts. So they're in a different group. And so they don't get my monthly email. They're only getting my emails when I have discounts going on or I have a new book coming out. So I think this is really important to know, because those people who are there just for the books and discounts, the new books and discounts, they don't want all those other emails. They might unsubscribe. And I send this about, again, I don't like this date range either. I'm going to push this one out a little bit more. But this is roughly 30 to 35 days. I put it at 30 days. I don't know why, when the other one's 29. I didn't realize that until I was putting this presentation together. I was like, why did I do this the day after? So I'm going to change that. I'll probably change it to 35. I don't want to be too long afterward, but I don't know. I might try to play with the days and do that. Play around with it because, I send monthly emails. And it might be best if they didn't get my monthly email until the 3rd month they were on my newsletter list. I'll have to think about that one. But it's this one right now, sent 30 days after email number 1. Then I do email number 8, which is checking in. The same thing as I talked about in the last sequence. I check in, tell them how I've been doing my overall goals, which I have not updated recently. And I keep it very simple, short, ask them how they've been doing. And that's it. That's the end. And that's 6 months after the first email went out to them. Ideas for future emails. I won't spend a lot of time here because we've been here for a long time, but you can talk about a new book or work. Featured feature. So this can be, hey, I just decided that, like my last email that I was really proud of that I messed up. I knew that I was going to base my Sea Witch off of Scylla. And I thought, oh, that's really cool. I can talk about that feature, about how she's going to be based on the mythology, and talk about the mythology a little bit. So that's a featured feature. So the feature of the feature, right? We don't have like products other than books that we're selling. So you talk about your characters, you talk about plots and things like that. That behind the scenes stuff is really interesting to your readers. You could do an Ask Me Anything email. Unexpected places your book has gone. I love this one. I really want to do it. This is Richard Holiday had asked me if I would take a picture of myself with his book, because I had his book Price War. I have it. And I was like, oh, this is a chance to do an unexpected place that his book has gone. And I took some really cool pictures. And he chose a boring one. But I would love this one. I would love someone to go to an unexpected place with my book and take a picture of it and send it to me. And if they did, I could feature it in an email. I haven't had this happen yet, but I would love to do this. I've thought about making it into a game or like a contest. Like, give me the best place that you've taken my book. But that just assumes that everybody has my book. And I was listening to someone this week from the conference I went to, where they said they had polled their audience, and this is something you can do, poll your audience. She polled her audience to ask them how many had read the first book in her series. And it was like 30%. And so she was like, wow. And she had a list of like 10,000 subscribers. And she was like, wow, that was so many people have not read my first book. And here I'm talking to them about the last book in my series. They have no idea what I'm talking about because they haven't even read the first book. So it made her realize, you really need to kind of talk about that first book sometimes and, push it and, gently. And, hey, if you haven't read my first book, you should go check it out. Behind the scenes. So anything behind the scenes, whether research you're doing for your book, or maybe you act out a scene. I've acted out scenes because I'm like, how would this work? The scene, where would the hands go? Not a hot scene, not a steamy scene. It was a fight scene, but I was like, where would it go? So I've acted out scenes. So maybe I tell them, I say, yeah, I had some fun. Actually, I think I've sent an email like this one once. It was a long time ago where I was acting out a scene. Polls and surveys, these are always good. And they don't have to be anything in depth and lots of thought to them. Just come up with something. Hey, what's your favorite shifter in the books you read? Or a poll. It could be like, for book covers in the mystery genre, which one do you like? And you have 4 buttons and one's green and blue, the different colors or whatever. I mean, it could be something simple and silly, but relates to you and your writing. People love, they like, not most cases, they don't like you hawking your book at them all the time. So if you could show that, that fun and creative side, special event invitations, this is one I so want to do, but I'm afraid that nobody's going to come. But what I want to do is I just want to have like a live stream like this, but it's just me and whoever wants to come from my subscribers, and then we just talk. Especially, I would think in my head, I'm like, it's going to be people who come, who've read my book. They want to talk about my book. This would be so cool because it's like happy hour celebration. But then I'm like, nobody's going to show up. So I haven't done this yet, but I want to. Customer reviews, you can, show customer reviews that you've received on your book. I've not always been good at this one, but I have done it a few times where you just take a customer review from Amazon. Hey, and this does not have to be a positive one, because there are authors who have talked about some of the negative reviews, and like they thought one review, they thought it was so funny, but they just shared it with their newsletter. They didn't say that they thought it was funny, and they're just like, hey, what do you guys think about this? And they had a whole bunch of book sales. So it can have a positive effect. So share customer reviews, work in progress report, like where are you at? I do this typically when I'm writing on my book. I did that with A Curse of Scales and Feathers. I let them know where I was at, how far I'd gotten from the last newsletter. A tweet or post of the week. I'm not really on social media, so this is not one I've done. Contests and giveaways. You can just do this for fun. You could do something as simple as a $10 giveaway and be like, hey, go take a picture. You can choose something. You don't have to do it with your book. You can say, take a picture of your favorite garden item if you write about gardening or something, like that. And then, everybody who submits a picture, and then, it's a contest or a giveaway. And then you do, give away $10 gift card or something for that. Meet the author live stream. That's kind of the same thing as a special event invitation. I guess the meet the author live stream would be what I was talking about. Special event invitation would be like, hey, it's a book launch and I've seen people do this. I was actually in one of them once where I was invited to a book launch special invitation, but it was because I pre-ordered the book. So there's different ways you could do that. Popular books right now in your genre. Talk about books that you're reading. A lot of us are readers. We read stuff. And I mean, man, I have loved some of the books I've read over the last couple of years when I'm kind of concentrating on fantasy romance now and epic fantasy romance because it's what I'm writing. And it's some great books. And I share that with my newsletter. So I'm not selling them anything that like, hey, you should read in my genre. I mean, it does serve that purpose because if they like that book, they're going to like my book, A Curse of Scales and Feathers. But I'm sharing what I'm loving at that time. And this is popular books. If you talk about popular books, you're going to get engagement. I don't always read just popular books because, to be honest, I don't know something's popular when I start reading it. I just read it. So book reviews. This is another really good one. Do reviews in your newsletter. Again, I would say you should do book reviews of the books that are in your genre. And I know a lot of us in the AuthorTube community, we tend to want to include the other people in our community. Like, hey, I read this book and I really loved it. And you talk about the book a little bit. And I've done it. I've done this myself. And I've seen, because I'm on many author newsletters here in the AuthorTube community, where I have seen other people do this and it's not in their genre. And over time, I'm like, this is not what I want to do, because especially for me, my newsletter, I want to build it with a very strong foundation of readers who preferably like my fantasy romance, because that's where I plan to live for the next few years, and or like my YA fantasy, who might want to come over to the other side of fantasy romance. So that's what I want to build up. I have included some of the other ones. I remember I talked about like Ben Pick's novel. I talked about his novel in my newsletter when I was reading it for the Tuber Book Club. And it's fantasy, but it's a portal fantasy set in contemporary times. It's nothing like the fantasy that I've written. I guess it could be sort of like my YA fantasy, but yeah, it's different. So those are things that I've already decided. This is not what I'm going to do. This is not what I'm going to do again. If I review any books in my newsletter, it's going to be something that's in my genre and something that I enjoyed. I don't know. I don't really typically talk about books I don't enjoy in my newsletter. So any free resources that you find. So this is one that I use when I have a low engagement rate or a low open rate. Mostly low engagement, which means I know they're opening the newsletter, but they're not clicking on anything. So what I'll do is I've gone out and I have found on Amazon like a really good deal like that day. Like one time I found this box set of 5 books. It had good reviews on it, and it was 99 cents. And I thought, this is a good deal right here. And it was in my genre. So I wrote an email to the people who are not engaging, and I sent it out. And I was like, hey, I see maybe I'm not providing something that you're looking for here on my newsletter. I'd love to know what it is you're looking for. But just in case, here's an idea of something that I really like. I did say it was 99 cents. I did find another book that was on free in the same genre, and I included that below that box set. So I said, here are a couple of deals that are going on right now. This is just today's deal, so I don't know if they'll remain the same price, but you might want to check it out and let me know if you still want to be here. So I've done that. I've done that to try to up engagement. It was mildly successful. I would say probably about 10%, became more engaged in the newsletter. Some of them ended up unsubscribing, and some I unsubscribed myself later. Okay, interesting finds. This could be something like I specifically think of Christy Stratos. She is a historian writer. She's a historical fiction writer writing in Victorian times. That's the period. And so she finds things from the Victoria period, like real objects that were in the Victorian times here in our world. So it's not fantasy. And she takes pictures of them and she shows them off, and she could put that into her newsletter. She might. I'm not on her newsletter, so she might already do that too, but she puts it on her social media. But these are interesting finds. And she says her audience loves it on social media, on Instagram. Research on anything related to your book or genre. I kind of said that. Time limited promos. This is like if you do cross promotions and stuff like that, that includes that. Holiday offers. If you're giving any offers or you know anybody's doing holiday offers, you could include those. And then gift guides as it relates. So if, I could use the idea of being a baker again, and it's getting close to holidays, right? It's getting close to Thanksgiving, and you know about these few, I don't know, items in the kitchen. I don't cook. But they're, these would be great things that any person who likes to cook would like for the holidays. And you could just do a gift guide. So it doesn't really relate directly to your writing, but it has something to do with your writing if you write about bakery stuff. All right. Hopefully that is enough. All right. Advanced strategies. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because it's way past time. Culling. This is the number one thing here that I'll talk about, which is culling means you are getting rid of email subscribers who are not performing. There's pros and cons, and this is actually a very big debate in the indie community. I mean, people get heated about which side is actually right, to cull or not to cull. Is David Gaughran, he sent out, it's part of his email sequence that he sends out. And I agree with what he says at the very end. I cull. So if you don't cull, that means you keep every subscriber on your list, even if they don't engage or open your emails. And what's the idea behind this is that they may re-engage at some point, and now you've lost a potential sale if you've gotten rid of them. Okay. I think that works awesome if you have multiple books out and you make money from your stuff. If you're at even my level, I don't make a lot of money from my books. I make between $10 and $20 a month on my books. And if I remember right, I spend $21 to $29 on my newsletter list. Well, there goes all the money I made right there on my newsletter list. I'm not making money off my newsletter list. So I definitely don't want to go and pay the next higher tier up if I'm not making the money. And part of that is because, well, I don't write fast enough. I don't have a ton of books out. So if everybody on my list has bought everything I have out, there's nothing more they can buy because I don't have anything else out and I don't have anything else coming out right now. If you're a fast writer, maybe not culling works well. Or if you have a large backlist, it might work well not to cull. But for me, I don't want to pay any more for my newsletter that I'm not going to be making back in sales. So I'm in a negative pattern right now. So that is, for me, I cull. I do not want to pay for more subscribers than I'm not going to get anything from. So that's what I believe with. Now, David Gaughran has a different point, and he says, which I wholly agree with. And even maybe if I did have more of a backlist, I might still cull, which is people who don't open, people who do not engage with your email newsletter, that sends that message, right? That feedback loop about you as a sender, about your platform that you're using to your platform, MailChimp, Mailer, whatever it is, saying that you are not that good of an email sender, that your people don't want to open your emails or they don't want to engage. It's not that good. Your reputation is going to go down. So if you're keeping people on your list who are not opening, and that list gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, when I had everybody on my list, and they weren't opening, my open rate was around 20%, which is around industry average. But now that I've culled, my open rate is usually between 40 and 45%. It is much higher. And I have a 3%, 3 point something percent click-through rate that sometimes jumps up to 5% and then goes back down again. But so I like where my stats are at. So that's another reason why you might want to call. But the reason, your reasonings, you might want to check into this argument, decide whether or not this is something you want to do. All right, play with email links. So do you write long emails, short emails? You're at the beginning of your career, then, try them all out, see what works. And I would say try them out all throughout the time that you have different subscribers. Some people really like the short ones, but if you see that almost always that people will engage when you have a short email, then stick with short emails. This comes down to more advanced strategies. You got to track, you got to see what people are looking at, you got to see what they're clicking on, you got to see what they're doing, which a lot of that information is in the back of, or in your statistics of your program that you're using. F pattern reading, this comes from copywriting. Most people read in an F pattern, which means they read the first line all the way through. The second line of a paragraph, they don't read all of it, but most of it. And the third line of a paragraph, they read a little bit and then they skip down to the next paragraph. So keep that in mind when you're developing your paragraphs, how big they are and how long they are. Play with subject lines and lengths. There are lots of competing information here. Some say the longer the line is, the better. Some say the shorter it is, the better. Have an emoji or don't have an emoji in your subject line. I put an emoji here because I'm telling you right now, the minute I start using emojis in my subject lines, I got more open rate. My open rate went up. So having emojis in my subject lines works. And I have in the nonfiction book, I have a survey that I think it was MailChimp actually did a survey to see which emojis got the most responses, like the most open rates. And so there is certain emojis that tend to get people to open emails more than others. Do periodic giveaways. I mean, this wasn't part of the strategies from before, things you could do in the future. But like I said, I haven't even done this one yet. So I feel this one's more advanced. This is when you kind of got to go handle your email list and you know what you're doing, and that you know how your audience may respond to you based off of your just experience of having that email list and responding and communicating with them, interacting with them. Use the word because. Nobody's going to tell you this that does an email marketing class, because this comes from my days of me having my bachelor's in psychology and then teaching English and writing and literature in college. I love research. And I want to know, are there words in the language that will influence somebody in one way or another? And they have quite a few studies on this one, the word because. So if someone wants to cut in front of you and they say, hey, can I cut in front of you? Or you or other people are less likely to let them cut than if they say, hey, can I cut in front of you because? And they don't even have to say anything else. They just say because. When they say because, people are more likely to let people cut in front of them. And they've tried this in different scenarios, not just cutting the line or whatever. And of course, if you add a reason behind the because, it strengthens the person wanting to do whatever it is you're asking them to do. So just use that word. Remember the word because. If you want your newsletter subscribers to do something, use the word because. Just remember that. And then track all your stats and test. Just keep testing things, seeing what works. That goes back to playing with email lengths, playing with your subject lines, trying different things to test. These are advanced strategies, but they're things that you can work toward. Resources. I won't leave these up there for long because I know you guys are ready to be done. So this is the second to last slide because the last one is the last giveaway. But any questions? Let's go to see if you guys got questions. Wrong button. That was a lot. I will be calling an on brand. I can see giving a folk a chance. If a year goes by and they haven't opened, they will be cut. Yeah. But I would, if a year has gone by and they haven't opened, I would try to re-engage them first. And I would probably give them, at least a one try, but I'd probably go up to three, maybe 3 chances. My best re-engagement email that I ever sent out that had the most people responding, it said, I noticed you haven't opened an email in a while. I'm sad to see you go. And I had a picture of a dog, not my dog, with sad eyes. And I had one person actually respond to me. I had lots of people respond to me. And this one person responded, says, keep sending me pictures of dogs and I'll keep opening your emails. And so, yeah. See if there are acted out or do a dramatic reading of a passage. Yeah, I love that idea. Yes, I have been on for a really long time. I am trying to see if there's any questions. I'm not seeing any questions. If you asked a question and I have not answered it, please pop it in. You get to do pre-order announcements at 1,000. Thank you for that reminder. I knew there was something, but I could not recall it off the top of my head. I was trying to keep all this information straight. And y'all, I didn't go to bed until late because I was like trying to fix the slides just right. And I'm a perfectionist. I was up to 3 o'clock and back up at 7 because I was so nervous. I woke up because I was nervous. I've been so nervous. I've eaten 3 pieces of bacon all day. So I'm going to finally eat when this is done. I have food. I have a big old waffle. My husband got me from Waffle House. I just haven't touched it. All right. I appreciated that update with how many newsletters I'd receive. Polls are fun. Yes, they are. I like doing polls. I often ask a question about my current work in progress, like what's a good name for a character who's always getting lost? And that brings engagement. Yes. See, Aphrodite's got this down. Yes. People like the behind the scenes stuff. So that's a behind the scenes, right? Qualifies for behind the scenes. They like the behind the scenes stuff. Like, oh, I'm working on a character and this is what they always get lost. And because you're giving them snippets of what's going on behind the scenes as you're developing the story, and you're asking them for them to give you, to give you an idea of what they're thinking of or whatever. It's a question. It's a question. And they like responding to questions that are like that. It's awesome. Okay, here we go. Is it okay to put the free flash or short story on the newsletter as a segment instead of a download? Oh, this is another, it's part of an advanced strategy that I didn't have time to add in, and I'm glad I didn't because I didn't really have time to tell you guys about it. But an advanced strategy, or for future emails, other emails that you can do, is to serialize your own story, your own work in progress, and release a little bit every time you send a newsletter. So yes, I do think it's okay. And I would say this is an advanced strategy because you need to know your audience. There are, and I know this from being on the audience side. So I have actually seen this strategy put into place, but this one author that did it, I mean, they always included so much, and I had to scroll to get all the way through. And I would usually get through the second paragraph and I was bored. And I was like, and then I would look at the author name and I'm like, oh yeah, this is not an author that I really enjoyed reading their work. I appreciate what they're doing, or whatever it was why I signed up. I don't remember why I signed up. But I was like, this is not a reader. This is not an author that I want to read anything again from. But you wouldn't know that. But I was like, okay. And I ended up unsubscribing because I did that every email and it was so long and it was too much. And then I've seen authors and so I guess for me, I like the stuff that's shorter to consume because I'm busy. I don't know. So I've seen authors who just included a few paragraphs, but it was emaugh that you got enough of the scene. And flash fiction would fit right in there, right? Free flash or short story. Yeah. I've actually seen a short story in a email once that was really long and I had to scroll, but it was so good. So I don't know. I guess if you know that you have a high engagement rate and it's because they like your writing, I would probably test my audience as advanced strategy for me. I'd probably first test my audience with a little bit and see how they responded. And if they responded well, then I would put more in there and then go from there. So that's why I think it's more of an advanced strategy, but that's just my own thinking. I don't see anything wrong with it. And if you put it in the light that no one else is seeing it but them, it's going to make them feel special. Okay, I think I made it all the way back. Yeah, I get nervous. I get very, very nervous. I used to always get nervous on the first day of class too. Usually by the end of the first week of teaching classes, I would be fine. But that first day was nerve-wracking. Thank you guys so much. Be your own Kindavella. Yeah. I have an author friend. And if you start off your newsletter this way, this is a reader expectation you could set up for your subscribers. So if this is something you want to do and you don't have a big subscriber base yet, you could warn your subscribers, hey, this is the format I'm going to. Let me know what you think after a couple months. And then you check back at them. They may not remember to tell you anything, but you can check back in after a couple months or whatever your if you do it every week, I'd probably check in at the end of the first month. But if you're only once a month, I'd probably check in at the end of the second month. Be like, hey, what did you guys think about this format? Is it yay, nay? What do you guys feel? And if they like it, if you already have subscribers, then that way you can set up your sequence that your new subscribers coming in, you've already prepared them. You set up your sequence, you would put into your sequence some of this serialized fiction. And that way, if they don't like it, they can unsubscribe and they're not getting onto your regular email list. So you don't have to worry about it. But if they like it, they're staying. And I think it's a very smart move to me because then they're staying there because they like your writing. So yeah. My other friend who shares side chapters or alternate POV chapters in her newsletter with links to her website. So every month she gets newsletter and website traffic. Oh, that's smart. I had heard of one author who wrote a short story every month that she shared with her newsletter. I was not on her list. I think she was romance. So this, someone who releases fast. And this is a strategy they've used all their author career. So they release one story every month of the year. And then at the end of the year, now only her newsletter subscribers got that one story. Okay. So at the end of the year, and it was a timed release to them, because at the end of the year, she took all the stories, put it into a box set, and then sold it. And so every year she had a box set coming out. And yeah, that worked really well. You want to do a very short newsletter with a flash or comic strip is the main thing. I love that. Does Outlook mess up your open rates? I don't know anything about Outlook. I mean, just, everything that I've read says Gmail is the biggest provider of the majority of the people of the world. And those rates show on the back end of my email. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I would say it's 80 or 90% of my subscribers use Gmail. So the other ones are so little compared to that. I seriously consider for my patrons to offer different POVs. My main characters are shattered. Just the first 3 chapters. So thought folk would love it. Yeah, I think they would. Make time to do it. Yeah. No, I did. I missed that one. I didn't see it. Alrighty. So the last slide, I'm not gonna bring it back up, is another giveaway. So hopefully if you tell me now if you need a moment to enter the giveaway. If not, I'll go ahead and do the next random number generator. If you think about it later and you're like, yeah, I want to be part of that, you still have time. At the end of 72 hours, I'm going to do another random number generator and pick a 4th winner. And this is, if you've missed what it was for, it's for what I'm right now calling the companion guide to the author newsletter masterclass. That's not going to be the name it's going to be, because it is going to be a nonfiction book that I'm going to publish, but it is still a work in progress. It has everything I talked about in this masterclass today, but more, and includes all of my resources and sources for all of the information that I have. So I am offering 4 of my work in progress to give away. 2 of them have already happened. This is about to be the 3rd one, and a 4th one within 72 hours. How do you enter? If you go down to the description box down below, which if you've had this stream open since like before 5 minutes before the stream started, it may not be there, but there is a link there to the form. You just fill it in with one question about email newsletters that you have. That is a required one, because I want to see what I might be able to add to the nonfiction book. And yeah, that's how you enter, just one time only. Oh, you haven't seen it. Oh, you're on your phone. Yeah, it's in the description box. I don't know what that looks like on your phone. But you can always go back later if you get on the computer and put your name in. My pleasure. Hopefully I'll never have to do it this long again. I'll be like, oh, email newsletters, go there. No, I'm sure, because I'm only 2 years into my author journey and using email newsletters. There is so much left for me to learn and to test and to try. And, I know I'm going to, one of these days, I'll get to the level of like Nick Stevenson, who came up with the whole 10,000 K from newsletters subscribers. Oh, thanks, Aphrodite, for putting it in the chat. Oh, that was so smart. I'm not on the right tab for that. Not even thinking about it. Click under the video, and there it is. I'll give it a couple more minutes. We'll do the giveaway and wrap it up. Oh, yeah, right. I don't know if you can ever stop learning when it comes to self-publishing, just because everything changes. But I think I don't think email is going to go away, but how effective it is and what makes it more effective, I have some thoughts about how AI will play in the future, of how it's going to make emails more effective in some ways and less effective in things that we've done in the past. So, now kick me out of YouTube. Oh no, I'll wait till later. Always more to learn. Oh, I'm sorry, Margaret. Okay, all right. I will go ahead and do the random number generator. We will get we've got 12 people signed up. I got the number. And it's Lasanda. I don't know that she's still here, but I know she was here earlier. That was our 3rd winner. All right. In 72 hours, I will be drawing another one. And if you are picked, I will be reaching out to you to give you a roundabout date of when I will send you your work in progress. I have one more section in the book that I want to add before giving it out. But it is a work in progress, so it's not going to be perfect. Wrap it up like a wrap. What's the biggest don't do it would you say that you learned? The biggest don't. I'd have to really think about that one. Things that I've done. I know there was an email really close to the beginning, but I had a few hundred subscribers that I did that turned off a whole bunch of subscribers, and I don't remember what it was. I think it was because I forgot to include a promotion a cross promotion I was supposed to do with somebody. So I sent out the same email but included the cross promotion. And because the emails were sent back to back and the only difference was the cross promotion, so I was adding, hey, don't forget to go do this, that people probably didn't want to do for that, maybe the cross promotion wasn't appealing. I'd have to go back and look at it again, but I think that's what it was. And that was like my biggest one. And so what I learned from that, and I did tell, I think it was Richard, I told him what to do because he did the same thing. He didn't send the second email. He was like, hey, I forgot to do this. What should I do? And I was like, do this. But basically, I have done it again where I forgot to include someone in a cross promotion, which, they're expecting you, the author or the group, they're expecting you to do your part. So you get that feeling like, oh man, I didn't do it. But I learned that, I think that one was that I did it back to back because I felt bad. I was like, oh, the author, I need to make sure the author's promotion gets in there. But that was negative for my subscriber base. So the best thing would be to do that if you're not sending another email for like a whole nother month, and like say it's a promotion on a book that's only 99 cents for a while, then give it a few days or a week if you can. But regardless, and this is what I told Richard, and his didn't turn out very good, but mine did, was that, he forgot to include, it was 2 promotions, I think he said. Yeah, it was 2 promotions. Mine was 2 promotions this last time. And I just did that like during my Kickstarter campaign. I forgot to do it with 2 people. But he said, hey, I forgot to include them in my promotions. What should I do? I said, go to the promotion organizers and just let them know, like, hey, I forgot to do this. I'm going to send out another email. I'll include it. And he said one of them didn't respond and the other one like chewed him out. But I was like, you know what? Hey, you did the right thing. You're like, I messed this up. Yes, you could send another email. And I told him about that one. I think it was that same one where I had a bunch of unsubscribes. And yeah, I felt bad that that's what happened. But then during my Kickstarter campaign, I'm used to sending 1 email a month with promotions in them. And in my Kickstarter campaign, I was sending multiple emails. And so I was like, oh, I should do promotions during all of these because why not? I can get more subscribers from these cross promotions. Well, the second email I sent, which was not my monthly email, I totally forgot I was doing cross promotions. I was just thinking, oh, it's a Kickstarter email. And I forgot to include the 2 people that were supposed to be on it. I reached out to both. And I told him, I was straight. I was like, hey, I feel like a newbie all over again because I'm doing my very first Kickstarter campaign. It's like, I don't remember what to do when I send an email. Whoops, keep knocking my water bottle over. I was like, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. So I was just honest with them. And one responded like right away. And she's like, oh, you're doing Kickstarter. That's so awesome. And I just took a look at it. It looks great. And she had my reader magnet. And it was a group promotion. That one was. And she was the organizer of the group promotion. And she was like, I love your book cover. I'm putting it at the top of the group promotion. Because on Story Origin, you can choose the top 3, I think, books that appear on a group promotion. The other ones are all random. You can't choose those. But the top 3, you can choose which ones you want there. And she put mine in the top 3, and I didn't even share it yet. So I did share it. My next email was going out 3 or 4 days later. I had it already scheduled. And I said, do you mind if I send it out? Then she's like, that's fine. And the other person, it was a book promotion, book swap. And he responded, but he didn't respond until like the day before I was going to send the next email. So I thought maybe he was mad or whatever. And he was like, hey, no problem. Things happen. I was like, okay. So yeah, it worked. Mine was pretty good. So, wait, ticking up every second. Thank you guys so much for all of the love. I do like teaching. It's one of the things I'm glad that I'm able to write full time now. I mean, sort of. I mean, I really spend more time doing other things than writing. But I do miss teaching sometimes. I love that, being there and being able to help people. I miss that role a bit. I don't miss not getting paid a whole lot of money, but I miss the role. So, all right, guys, I am going to leave it at that. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. I don't have an outro for this, so I am just going to say goodbye and wave for a long time. Thank you for coming. Bye.